right, just waiting for my Zoom to start on YouTube, and then I'll be ready. Excellent. Perfect. Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Samuel Lombardo, the Executive Director, CEO, Concierge and Agent of SL Models and Talent Agency, LLC. And I am excited to be here with you tonight. As I've stated before, we are going to be starting new topics, and we're going to be encouraging individuals, those who actually want to know, instead of just talking about the blanket statements of wannabe models and talent. We want to also encourage those who are coachable that are actually looking to participate in the industry and wanting to know how to do so could also participate with SL Models and Talent Agency. Now, there are a few things that I want to mention before I go into the topic. If you have not subscribed and you would like to, you can follow us on YouTube at SL Models and Talent Agency, LLC. Is the gold icon with the red ring around it. That's where you will find me. And you can follow me there. Also Twitch at twitch.com/SLMTA. If you're interested in supporting the Community Stars program and the SLMTA community, you could do so at patreon.com/SLMTA. And most of these links are actually pinned in the comments section below. So we have put them in there. Also, our sponsor, Webull, you can actually go ahead and sign up for free. And within 30 days, if you deposit $100 or more in there, you can get up to an additional 8 stocks, which would be up to 10 free stocks, averaging between $800 to $1,600 per stock. That's an awesome deal. And even if you wanted to get the free stocks, you could, and then take your $100 back. That's fine. I've done that. It's not really much of a hassle, but it is definitely a good time to do it. And I'll explain that in prime time on Monday about cryptocurrencies, because you do want to actually sign up while it's low and while there are good times to invest. I'm going to give you a little bit of an investment 101 with that, but definitely take advantage of that. Also, all of our licenses are still approved within those sections of Munster Cap, Epidemic Sound, as well as Sound Exchange. When you hear any kind of music that we are using tonight, it was just a very good introduction. Our agency website, slmta-agency.com. We are still working on that to get it prepared for voting in our gallery. So that is all going to be set up for your view beginning, hopefully within the June period. The main thing that I want to bring to your attention is Submittable. And I thought that it was in here. It is in here, but it wasn't. It's not. I don't know why it did what it did. But if you look under after our discussion, you will see, please submit to the live virtual contest. So that is our Spring Fling and Kids Showdown Extravaganza live virtual contest. It is found on slmta.submittable.com/submit. That is what you want to do first. And you do not have to have a reference unless you are working with a mother agency, a freelancer with professional work, or an actual celeb or professional model and or talent that would like to have the reference done, then it is recommended, but it's not a requirement at this point in time. Also, we have saved you $50 on it, and we have an affiliate program. If you're interested in that, you want to message me privately about how you can join the affiliate program, where you can earn money while showing off live in your contests. Yes, indeed. And that is pretty much it as far as most of the announcements right now. The other announcement that I want to bring back to the floor, because I hadn't told you about it for a long time, SL Models and Talent Agency is going to be hosting, finally going to be hosting. We've actually gotten some good news. Our first award ceremony / masquerade ball is going to be a live red carpet masquerade ball in downtown in the center of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And it will happen on August 14th, 2022. Okay. We will be doing a lot of advertising. And actually, those who go to MAAI through either our affiliates or our agency period, you will have free VIP status entry for that day. And all of our vendors had agreed about it. So we have some very large vendors going there. Everything is pretty much set up. It's still the same scenario for now. If anything, we might be expanding it, so we may have to pay more out for the expansion. But for the most part, everything is still the very same way. And so we are just excited about that. So it is happening. Mark it on your calendar, because some of you are actually going to be invited by default, especially if you are on my list and we have you down as a nomination for an award. This is not about how you get paid. This is about us recognizing you as an individual artist, model, singer, songwriter, etc. And we have different award categories. So no, it's not a contest. It is something that we already researched, and we use different implications to be able to help us the nomination process, which we already began the source to be able to do that. We also have another project that we're going to talk about, but I'm only going to leak it out, and it's probably going to confuse you more than even give you any information. But it is going to be a huge task, but it's actually going to be something very interesting. And all I'm going to tell you is it does have something to do with fashion, and it does have something to do with building brands. That's as far as I'm going to go. I don't think I want to go any further than that, because I've been planning this thing even before SL Models and Talent Agency, and it is a project that is relevant to Moda Fashion, which is our Moda Fashion magazine, and we already have a website set up for that. We're doing like different brandings and stuff like that for it. But this is actually even bigger than that. And it's a building process. So that's why I want to just leave it there. Okay. Right now, there's been a lot of investment towards the project. And I will tell you this much: we are looking for fashion designers specifically for this, and we are actually sending big invitations to big fashion stores, and that's the last part I could tell you about for that. All right. So there we go. there we go. That is what we have going on with SL Models and Talent Agency on the forefront, as well as the SL Models and Talent Agency on our online contest. I'm going to be sending out, because this we are going to sell out very, very quickly. The reason is because we are actually going to go back to our original price on the masquerade ball. So if you just going to the award ceremony / award ceremony / masquerade ball, it is going to be $85. Okay, $85. If you are going for as a VIP and then needing travel and all that, then we are looking at, that's where it's going to get a little bit expensive. It's about $800, because what we do is we keep you there for the weekend and then you leave by noon Monday. Okay. So we try to keep everybody in place, so even our vendors, but our vendors are already paying for their travel, even though that we gave them a price that included the travel. So we will most likely end up submitting a couple of small refunds for that, but their share of pricing also includes their hotel, so that they don't have to worry about additional fees. So that's why you see that our vendor fee is $700, and then it goes up from there, especially if you're looking for attention. Like we want our big brand vendors to be on stage, not the small ones. Okay. Usually it's our big time sponsors that would be on stage. That would be a sponsor similar to, like, say, JCPenney's or something like that, that would actually sponsor the full event with, you know, several $100,000 or whatever, as for the year for all of our projects. They belong up on the stage. Otherwise, it's going to be literally like $30,000 to put you a table on the stage. It is in a convention center. We do have where you could take photos with celebs, because we do have a few that will be showing up. We also have top picks that will be there as well, and some supermodels that we have already brought to the attention. All that's happening. The only thing that's different is A, the prices went down, and B, it's on a different date. It's moved up to the next year again. We do have the exhibit center that we are going to be providing exhibits, and we have all the different types of artists, fine artists that is, in different museums and galleries that we have submitted from this past year, that now we're just saying that you want to come out this year and all that. So all that is happening. Some of them, there is some schedule conflicts, and others it's not so much. And as far as I know, a lot of the CDC guidelines, man, the allergies are killing me today. Okay. A lot of the CDC guidelines today is basically being lifted for those who are, on the up and up. So we want to, I'm glad for that. So as long as we stay on the up and up and no other thing hits us in the forefront, then we should be pretty good. And the reason for the lowering of the ticket costs is because we are actually changing. We're going to be changing some things in the way of the food and all that, because it is an award ceremony that is happening. But as soon as we figure out what our total investment is, it is most likely going to end up being that we will have the nomination meeting, and then the award ceremony would be the next day, and then our masquerade ball will be its own party. And then Sunday, we would actually do what we call the after party for those. But when it comes to using the performance center in a DeVos place, it can be a little bit expensive, but also it's no different than if you were to go to an Oscars, and it is formal wear. It is formal wear, so you want to make sure that you are dressing highly successful, and you honor those invitations for nominations as well. Okay. And I think that's about all that I have as far as announcements go. Now, our online contest, that is doing excellent. We just want to be able to see many more people actually know about it. So we are putting it out there. I told you that it was going to be out there. And if you start seeing it in areas and you're like, wow, this is a real deal, it's starting to advertise here. Okay. It is a real deal. Okay. And I don't want to go ranting off another subject line, but that's why we did the very last show the way that we did, entitled it "Who is a Scam?" Because the issues that I've been noticing really are relative to people that would love to do it, but their mind takes them in different places, and then it just makes them a little bit uncomfortable to want to do it. And what I'm trying to do anyway, is let you know that a lot has been invested in that. It's a lot of time, even a lot of money, a lot of effort. What we have done to make this contest real is a very awesome, it's a very awesome thing. And to be honest, I'm actually glad that there is a day off today, to be honest, with the Sabbath that's rolling in, because it's been a long week with a lot of stuff that was going on, a lot. And not to even mention, and yes, we are going to start doing a hiring. We are going to be doing a hiring spree. But the thing is we are going to just put it out there the way that we have been putting it out there. I've been playing nice. I've been playing nice on several occasions. One is I talked with my franchise attorney, and he said that what you're doing with franchising, first of all, he likes the idea of how I develop the franchise, but he doesn't like how the contract looks, because basically it's giving people options. Now, I've also had my entertainment lawyers look at my contracts for artist and model, which is why I'm kind of stuck in the predicament that I'm in right now. And I've learned that they also have options. See, the agency is supposed to know, the agency, and I'm going to put it out there like this. Let me start with the models and the artists and the talent and all that. The agency is supposed to know what their clients are looking for, because the clients ask directly to the agencies. So it shouldn't be a choice whether you actually get a portfolio or not. We should have the resources to provide the portfolio. You would need the resources to get it done. And if you are not able to get it done, then that's an issue. So now we're actually changing things up and we're making addendums to the contract. Although those of you that are on there right now who have signed with us, I'm going to have to keep it the way that it is and just let the year run out. But if you're going to sign with us, so at this point, you're going to have to invest in the projects the SL model and talent agency has provided. And so that's just the point blank. Otherwise, you had a year to prove to me that you could do what you can. And the unfortunate thing is that none of it has happened. I've heard it, like I said before, I've heard everything from I'm moving to my arm fell off, to my eyes got gouged out, to my ears fell off, all the way to the one person basically trying to say that you don't have any real reputation. What are you trying to do? Sign people. I've heard everything. And so I want to make it very, very clear. First of all, as far as the reputation thing goes, that's only your assumption, because we don't go out there not any longer. We used to, and then people started hating on us at that point. I used to advertise just 2 of our supermodels. I'm not doing that no more because people are actually going to these supermodels and are actually like questioning them as if they're like an audit or so. I don't know how to explain it, but anyway, like they're questioning them about as if they're trying to get them away, but at the same time, they didn't have anything to offer them. So even if they were to try to tell them that we had no reputation, it was like, well, who are you to say that? That's what these supermodels were trying to say. So I thank the supermodels for bringing the information back to me, but at the same time, it is a real thing out there where people actually do hate, okay? And hate is not a wrong reputation. That just means that we're actually doing good and someone has committed envy and jealousy and they just wanted to be that person and they couldn't be it. So there we are. There's that. So I don't want to spend the whole night on that subject, but I just want to let you know, as far as a reputation goes, we have enough of a reputation for what happened on a pandemic. And the biggest reputation of them all is actually the fact that we are still open where there's many companies that have not seen the light of day, okay? Not. And so I thank God that I'm actually able to still move on. So if there's anything about a reputation, the good news is that we were still able to push on. And there's a few other agencies that are the same way, all right? So I'm not too worried about the verbiage that goes on out there, but it does happen. And what you have to figure out is which scam you're going to believe. Are you going to believe the fact like even what we have going on now that we are changing the verbiage of the contract a little bit, it still doesn't say that you have to have a portfolio to sign with us, but it is strongly suggested, because the only way that you're going to, one of the only ways we know the resources to get you in front of the right people. But if you cannot invest to get yourself in front of these people or what have you, instead of being jealous and hating, you need to figure out how to fix yourself so that you can be able to be part of this situation. All right. And of course, I'm going through the same thing that other businesses are going through, where even an affiliate program, like you could claim your own taxes. Okay. You would have to do that anyway. But I'm asking people just to do an affiliate program, and And it's like they're coming back saying, well, I don't have time to do it. Really? You don't have time to put a post on a Facebook and actually let them know about what is happening, you know? The thing is that they probably don't even believe in the thing anyway. So I'd rather them not join as an affiliate. The real affiliates are going to be the ones that are actually going to be convincible enough to be like, I see the work that this person has done, and you know, and it's this point blank that way. I'm lost for words right now on what people, how they think and all that, because no matter what I basically say, it doesn't do nothing but just hit a brick wall like that. I might as well just turn blue in the face and sleep on the ground, because that's literally all that it does. I'm serious. So for those of you that are real, those of you that are not hating, those of you that are really wanting to know what to do and is serious about doing it, then you guys are the ones that I would like to speak to and run an analysis on and what have you. There are many of you out there saying that you want to be a part of the industry. And I'm giving you the most inexpensive way to do it with the contacts. And I keep hearing about, well, I won't have time for that. Well, then you're going to have to figure your responsibilities out and your priorities. That is that part of it. And that's where I want to lead to tonight's message, because tonight is very, very important. And that message is the richest creation, okay? And it is the God provides what we want, not how we think we want it. And we approve the alignment of the creative works. And the reason that I've started off with that little rant is because I want you guys to understand the big purpose of tonight's message. And that is, what did God already provide you? What did God actually already provide you? There are some of you that are sitting there that are actually confused. And there are some of you that think, well, I believe I know what God's purpose is. So if you believe what God's purpose is, are you aiming for it? Now, there are some people that there are some, should I say, that are actually 100% confused. What does that mean? That means that they actually think that they have everything that God has given them. They step out and do it, and then they find out later that they have completely want another direction, and then decides to tell others you don't want to do that. Do you see how what my rant is, why it's so relevant to the subject that we're going to be talking about tonight? Let me give you an example. There are some people out there, I'm just going to say fashion designer. Let's say you're a fashion designer. You have the fabrics, you have everything that you need, including a sewing machine. Okay. You know you've been to school, you've already went down that route, right? That could be part of your resume. So then someone asks you, would you like to join the fashion division of whatever, you know? what is the first response that comes out, especially when they are truly wannabes? The first response that comes out are those who spend their time studying and studying and studying, and even have the machinery and everything else, and would turn around and say, I don't have time. I have to work. Now, mind you, especially in this day and age, you do have to work. So I'm not going to be ignorant in the sense that, you know, I don't believe that you should be working. You should be sticking to that only. That doesn't make sense. But it comes to the point of time management. Some of you already have designs. You created them as you were in college. Look, I watch some of you. I know what's going on, and I try to give you the opportunity, but that's as far as I can go. I said this before, that I can take horses down to the lake and literally kick them in the water, but I can't still make them drink. They'll just fall in. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be held responsible for that. I'm not going to kick nobody and let them fall into nothing. So I'm just going to sit there and watch how long it is that you go through the same thing. Again, it's, for some of you, you know what I'm talking about. It's a vicious cycle, right? This is where God is saying you're not aligned. When you have to go through the same old vicious cycle and nothing seems to be working. But yet, in the meantime, you're sitting there like, I got a sewing machine, I got fabric, so I got pictures, I got paints, I got all this stuff, but it's just sitting there. It's sitting there collecting dust because I have to work. Well, okay, now you're working. Okay, so what you gonna do with the money that you got when you work? Oh, well, I gotta pay rent. Okay, well, pay your rent. Now, look, I'm not here to tell you what you can and cannot be doing, okay? I'm definitely not your daddy, all right? I'm going to tell you, though, that God has already provided you what you needed and has approved. The problem is that we don't know the purpose because we are blinded with everything else. We are literally blinded with everything else. I've been down that road and I know that road. If it wasn't for my support system that I have right now, I would be down the same road. Like, I don't have time to start an agency. You know, now don't get me wrong. I mean, I have to still help when I can help. I still have to pay my payments to the things that I have to pay. I still have to pay $350, maybe. I don't know what's going on, but us at the store or whatever. But anyway, $350 a month for the office. So nevertheless, regardless of what it is, I still have to do it. The real question is whether or not, the only way that God would disapprove is if for some reason or another, things just start falling in. But that doesn't seem to be the case in my end. There has been issues. There has been times where it felt like it. Oh, yes. Believe me when I say it. There has been times where it felt like things were going in. And it wasn't a good situation. All right. But I do see light at the end of the tunnel. One way or the other, I do see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm prepared to get out of it. But it's going to take a little bit of time. It took me 2 years. 2 years. And I believe that, you know, say 3 is the charm. But it takes about 5 years before you actually see a real profit in anything when it comes to business, when you're doing for-profit business. All right. But I'm into the 3rd year right now into my business. 2 years of losses. Why? Because the one, I've had an investor helping me, while the second year, all those investments were used up. But I prepared it in a way that when that pandemic was done, I would be ready to just go run right out the door if I needed to. It wasn't gonna just sit, okay? Even though that it looks like it is. That's why I've been doing a lot of our virtual content. And as a matter of fact, I've already said this before, and I'm gonna say it again, and I will probably continue to say it again, because this is a message of encouragement. I'm not going to let go of the virtual events because I think they are just as important now than the ones that are face-to-face. The good news is that I now can do face-to-face items and there's no real actual restriction. Okay, unless I'm dealing with like a private sector company and they still say, well, you know, you can't, you got to like separate or whatever. But, and I have a support system in various cities. Like I can go to Richmond. There's some Richmond agencies that are available there if something is going on there. I go to Chicago. There's agencies over there. I can go to LA and there'll be agencies over there. So there's a system in play for various different degrees of what SLMTA does. And then we just work together in accomplishing a common goal. So that is the way that I have developed things in the 2 years that I have been in business. So it's all about collaboration, accommodation at times as well, true investment, you know, those different things. So yes, for those of you that are just like sitting there hating, like there is no reputation. The only reputation that there is none is the one that doesn't know anything about anything and is trying to claim that they actually know more than the other person. Also, I don't want to boast about myself either, but it's also disrespectful as a person of my well-being, you know, to actually have some 2-year-old acting like individual do that kind of damage or try to do that kind of damage for defamation, you know. So I look at it as I pretty much look at it as if you're going to work in this industry, you want to leave the negativity out. Now, does the negativity show up? Yes, it even shows up within the industry itself because there are folks that are uncomfortable with specific things. That's why you would need to speak to the correct staff about it. And if you cannot speak to the correct staff about it, then maybe you need to speak to someone like me or some other person that is thinking the same way as you, because yeah, there are issues where if you don't watch what you are saying, you could be losing jobs just because they want to hate on you, even on the industry and a point, because they don't want to get caught in their action. I've been there, I've seen it and everything. I know exactly what some of you are talking about there. That's a true scenario, but and now you can back it up. But there are other people who like to claim things and it's just a thought in their head and they just, and that's what it is. And they want to try to down another company or something to that sort. That is what I'm not too fond about. I'm also not too fond about the fact that God provides you all the energy, all of the gifts that you have, right? And then we're just sitting on that. Now, if God has provided it and you have a huge opportunity to be seen with those, even if it means that you're showcasing or whatever, right? I don't like to do anything anymore now. I've started one time with a live red carpet open call. All right. Now I don't even do live red carpet open calls without having at least one actual professional photographer and an actual either agent within an agency or an actual client show up. I don't want to bring all the clients in because it's only an open call, but I want you to see that there is some reputation there, okay? And then, of course, depending on a situation, like now we'll be doing open calls again, where you will most likely, I'm waiting to see what the end result is out there in Europe, but we're hoping at some point this summer that our at least Ashraf Tausi will be able to come here to the United States once and for all. And then we will be able to, I will be able to have him be part of some of the open calls, provided that he's obviously not booked, okay? Because once he's here, I'm sure everybody's going to want to book him. I'll leave that part out. In any case, so when you know that you have the talent, when you know that you are actually coachable, and then sometimes you have to invest all the way to realizing that you have there's some of you that actually have the opportunity right now, and it's just a matter of taking the first step, and that's getting with an agency. I'm not even saying that it has to be SLMTA. I'm just saying that get with an agency, okay? But if you are hiding yourself, it doesn't look good. So there is a little bit of issues among that must be reconciled as well. Now, a lot of this basically has to do with insecurities. So I feel that the more insecure you become, the more lost you are in the path of where you want to be. Now, I'm not saying that everybody has the same plan. So let me explain to you about this. God gives us all creative gifts. But creativity doesn't mean the same thing. Some of you might be creative talkers. So you may be a motivational speaker. Some of you might be great at pastoring. So then you'd be a pastor. Some of you might be great at drawing. So then you're a drawer. You may be able to create things from things. So you could be a great scientist. But it naturally comes to you. If you have to sit there, a good example of this would be if you're sitting there in a class, and believe me, I've been there down that road already. I thought I was going to be a weatherman, but when I took the weather class, every time I would take a physics class, okay, it didn't matter how much and I've even looked at the answers in the book while taking the test, they said, well, you could do an open book test and I still would get a C. It's the only time I ever got a C in my life. Okay. And I would sit there and retake that class, retake that class, retake that class. And no matter how many times I've taken the class, I still end up with the same grade. Still getting the same answers wrong too, because I keep everything from semester to semester. And I'm like, this is weird. You told me that the answer was this. Now, I don't know if it's true that they just wanted me to get a C, or if I, in fact, legitimately got a C. But I'm just telling you that I've looked and I've matched it. They said I could do open book notes and everything else. And I'm sitting there like, a C? So I just flat out said, all right, well, that isn't for me. So even though that I know what clouds are, and I could probably tell you when it's going to rain and things like that, I didn't know the physics behind it. So it wasn't really going to help me at all and what I plan to do. So this is what I'm saying, because when I actually went into music, when I went into arts administration, I realized that they were my strongest point. Then when I actually went into like modeling, I knew that the only thing that stopped me from modeling, really, to be honest, was my weight. And then I would finally lose the weight a year after they told me to lose it. And then I'd gain it and then I'd lose it again. Like I'm in a losing criteria right now. But the funny thing about it is that my weight was the issue on the modeling thing, but yeah, I was actually able to model some things, as funny as that may sound. So I could see myself doing some modeling, but to do the type of modeling that I would like to do, I'd have to reach for a goal in that, but that didn't stop me from actually modeling. So that actually opened a whole nother door. Okay, even though that some of you might think, oh, you can model? Yeah, well, guess what? You could do the same thing I'm doing, or you could claim that I'm ugly and say that, yeah, I doubt you will ever model. Because you know what? The only doubt that you have is you. Okay? You can doubt all you want about me. It ain't going to matter. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, and SLMTA will still be here. It don't matter what you think. You can spread as many lies as you want and everything. Why? Because naturally speaking, if God says it will happen, it will happen. So the devil and all his friends don't have any play about what's going to happen. He can bark up the wrong tree for all I care. All right. Amen. Wow. So and again, I'm sorry, I'm like in your face type of prof, type of person. And I try not to be, but sometimes I just wonder if that's a natural thing about me, because I can also be funny, and very loud too sometimes as well. But I have my ways of doing things. I just have a very interesting personality, to say the least. So yeah, so your dream is the first step in the process. You're going to dream, right? Everybody is going to be dreaming at least once in their life. Like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I honestly think that where it becomes real is when you start realizing you have to have the aha moment. You have to sit back and you have to literally put yourself in the shoes and say, why am I doing this? Why did I have to close this part of my life? And I'm still stuck doing that. And then I'm complaining because I still have the same problems that I've had before I did that. Then the real question is, if God has given you all of that, that doesn't mean that God gave up on you. It just means that right now you wasn't approving what God given you. So God will just sit there and wait for you to try to do it again, but it doesn't come easy. Let me give you an example. And then there are some of you that are meant to be actual Indians and not chiefs, okay? And that's a hard reality. You have to figure that part out. Some of you want to be chiefs, okay? And you're sitting there like, well, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it like that, I'm going to do it like that. And then I'll give you an example of what I mean by by someone acting like an Indian trying to be, or excuse me, trying to act like a chief being an Indian. But then I also want to use the same example in explaining to you that there is something in that God has created that you have realized. And I think that is the part that you need to exercise. So if this is spilling somebody out tonight, do understand that maybe this was the message that you needed to hear. Okay. Let's say, for example, I wanted to start a store. Now, believe me when I say this, I have a whole lot of clothes. Probably got more clothes than any female out there. I literally have 2 to 3 closets full of clothes. One closet is nothing but suits and shoes and ties. The other one is all, like, I literally split it up. I have another closet that's nothing but straight up summer wear, short sleeves, shorts, etc., right? With the flip-flop shoes, all right? Then I have the regular, what I would call casual wear. Now, you normally see when I'm sitting here, like, doing my lives, because the way I look at it is, if you're going to, this might sound a little bit judgy. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you this straight up front. If you're going to judge me on a live that because I didn't wear a suit, that's going to determine if I'm a doctor of anything and that I run an actual agency, then that's on you. Okay, but I'm just letting you know that they are the 3 closets and that's everything in it. Then I have all my toys. I got about 35 different cell phones piled up somewhere. It's like I'm using them and then I'm not using them. And then some of them go over here, some go over there. I got microphones galore because I'm setting up a home office with the thing. I may actually be going up to Michigan and developing a whole soundboard for recording. I'm actually, that's a thinking process mode right now because I don't know what's happening with other things that are happening up there, but I know what I want to do, at least in the office slash room that I have. I got tables and glasses. I have like knickknacks from Rock City. I mean, I got enough stuff that I could probably make, I don't know, like $2,000. We'll just say 2,000, right? I can make $2,000. All right. Now I'm just assuming, all right. So I start a store And I know that I'm pricing everything and it's $2,000. So then I go and let's just say that the store is like $500 a month, right? So the store is $500 a month. Well, I know that I have to at least break even, which means I only got 4 months worth of merchandise to break even on. Well, in my mind, this is my mind. This is, again, this is going to help you guys for some of you that are trying to open stores, especially during a pandemic. It was bad. I understand that. It's not a pandemic now. It's time to get our butts on a move and actually make it real, like make it rain, right? But we have a problem. Okay, now in my case, I'm just going to use this as an example. So let's say like last year, right? There was a grant, an idle advance, right? So let's say I went and got the idle advance and I wanted to get $3,000 worth of merchandise. Now I just put in another 7 months worth of merchandise is sitting ready to get put out as I'm selling out. But that still doesn't do anything because I'm not carried out to a whole year. So what do I do now? The advance is gone. Everything's like, okay, I'm basically ready to go and purchase merchandise, whatever, right? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now I have like 7 months worth of rent if I can sell that amount and do nothing else with the money. All right. So then I end up with 7 months worth of rent. I'm 5 months short. But then let's say that, because we all know what happened last year. We know that there was what, 6 months out of the whole entire year, if that, probably around there, that there was nothing that you could do. The whole, like, let's say my store was shut down. Okay. Does that mean that I'm not going to make nothing? Now, here's where the greed came in at. Now, I don't want to change the subject, but I have to, because it's happening now. And I believe that without the Congress actually passing actual stimulus, so we're not talking about FPUC type stimulus, we're talking about actual stimulus. Without the government being able to do that, I think we're going to be running into a huge problem, because where the greed sits at right now is all the people that had not paid rent, where they were forcing people to pay rent when they didn't have it and there wasn't not enough money to go around. Now they're all complaining about inflation. Why? Because they're printing money on the wrong programs to be able to send in the money for like these renters and all that, but these rentees are just stealing up the money. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I already made it through this period. See, they had a thing where they were already taken care of in CARES Act 1, but they still wanted you to still pay your back rent. That's greed number one. Greed number two is the fact that the government is actually asking the people to come and get money to pay the rent, and then the renters, excuse me, I'm using the wrong term, so are actually getting blamed, or not blamed, but stopped and saying, we're not going to accept this. So then they have to get the check, like me, I'd have to get the check and then pay it to the renter because they wouldn't accept it. Why do you suppose they wouldn't accept it? Because they already got the rent money from the get-go on CARES Act 1, when they had passed the original program where it was helping mortgages and things like that. So they already had their fair share. They were just forcing us to do something. And now all of a sudden there's all this inflation going on. Everything's skyrocketing. Everybody wants to raise rent and everything else because we're quote unquote out of the scenario, whatever you want to call it. the pandemic, so to speak, in their eyes, everything's back to normal. So we're back to normal. So now they think that everything could just be as normal as it is. What they don't realize, and that they keep forgetting, is that we're destroying ourselves from the inside out. Okay. God has given us the creativity to be able to do what we can. Congress needs to be a little bit smarter. I heard some hints, and I actually want to praise God for once about this. Okay, I know you probably don't want to hear politics in it, but I heard some things that came out of the minority leader of the House and the Senate that I thought was actually amazing, whether they were hinting on stimulus or not. The big thing about inflation does strongly suggest that the economy itself is going to need help. But FPUC, I don't believe that we need that. I believe that if we're going back to normal, then you could go to work. Okay, I do believe that. And I also do believe that there are ways of making yourself healthy. And if God's already providing the vaccines, then what is the fear about the vaccine? And don't let me get political on this, but basically Donald Trump was the one that enacted the whole entire vaccine, okay? So to sit there and all of a sudden say, oh no, I don't want to take it just because you want to make it political, I just think that you're strongly hallucinating. It's a real strong message, and I'm going to make it very, very clear. You do not want to mess yourself up just because of political things. There's some things that could be political, but there are other things that matter to you, okay? And the vaccine is one of those things because God does allow people to provide things that will help people in their life. So if the vaccine is going to help you, then why are you going to fear it? It just doesn't make any sense, but that's just my opinion. Okay. The other thing that I want to, let me go back to my example, and then I'll go back to the other piece. So I opened the store up, right, during a pandemic, and I realized I only have 7 months worth of anything that will come in, but I don't have any capital. The capital basically means the money that will be given to you or whatever the case is. Well, first of all, you need to have a support system. You also need to know what is your motive for doing it. If you're doing it to try to prove that you could do something and then it turns out that you couldn't, then you're embarrassing yourself. You don't want to do that. Okay, but what you want to do is the real motivation behind it is to actually tell someone you want to get someone that would be able to help and to invest in your project if it's something that's important to you. Now, let's say we're now in 2021, right? Let's say, and the reason I'm using this as an example is because with my agency, this is a true story. So while I'm giving you an example, I'm actually telling you an example of what I'm doing with the funds that I get, okay? Because some people don't realize it, and they think, oh, well, you know, I could do this, I could do that. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm about to do, even with the scenario with the PPP, because I'm hoping that I get it. Now, my business is number one, but there is nothing that says that what you do with your money when you're paying yourself cannot be given back to what is important to you. So while I may be paying myself, I'm putting equity back into my business because I know what my business needs and I know what is important. Okay. And there is nothing against the law that says that I can't do that. The problem is some people wasn't smart enough to think about that. So I'm here to help you figure that out, especially if either A, you're waiting for money to come in, or B, maybe maybe you got it sitting in your account and you're trying to figure out, well, how do I pay myself, but really my business needs it. So I'm here to explain to you how you could do it legally by using my example, okay? Because it's still the same thing. It's just there are several things that you have to do because they want to know, are you paying your employees? So if you are the only employee, then you're going to be paying yourself from the PPP program. But you could always put half of that, and which is what I plan to do, put half of that into what I call equity. There is nothing wrong with that because even when I did get paid, I was still putting equity into the business. I wasn't actually taking any money out of the business. I couldn't. If I was going to take anything, then I would want to be paying my investor back for the loan that they offered me. So it wouldn't even be fair either way. Now there is this fine line where I do have to pay things because, as any other employee, I have bills I got to pay them, right? So that part is understandable. But if I'm going to pay myself $2,000 a month and I only need $500, then I'm going to put $1,500 back in equity because my business is really where it sits. So let me explain to you what is happening, okay? You get a $3,000 EIDL advance last year, right? That puts me at 7 months instead of 4 months of $500 or roundabout, okay? Because now I got about $3,000 worth more of merchandise. So that's going to pay me. I might even get a little profit. Understand that profit is not even counted until your expenses are done. So just because you might have made, say, $500 does not mean that you made a $500 profit when you got rent that is due and it's $450. You see what I'm getting at? So, and this is for some of you that are business 101. Some of you, most of you all that might be listening to me already probably knows half of this anyway. And then I'm going to, after I share this experience about me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and tell you and wrap it up as to why this topic was very important. Because God is giving you the opportunity. There are some of you out there that fits in the targeted advance. So let's say I get the $7,000 for the targeted advance. Now, some people say it's like free money. I don't call it free money. I call it, if they're going to give me the grant, at the very least, I want to put it back into the company. So, of course, I will call it equity. All right. Now, the real grant that you don't want to mess with, meaning that you're going to have to do line items and things like that, that's going to be like your SVOG grant or your restaurant revitalization grants, where they want you to keep paper receipts and all that fun stuff. All right. But with these other grants, basically, it's kind of like they want to see that you're in operation. Well, the assumption is that you're going to use it for the business, not to go on a vacation with, okay? So when I was getting all the money that I was getting last year, I was doing it to either redevelop or, well, at this point, it was to develop the office because I didn't really have anything that. Then I had to catch up on rent because after closing, I had to pay that. Then I paid a couple of bonuses to those who I thought was employees. And then a couple other things that went on. with it. Like I came up with a better plan for DeVos Place. So now that stretched out to be a weekend ordeal. So I paid more on that, even though it still didn't happen this year. So there's that part of it as well. So I was able to invest in the company, get things prepared. Now I'm getting ready for Moda Fashion, which is the fashion division of SL Models and Talent Agency. And I have to be careful of what I'm saying here, but it is the big part of what is happening. Now, supposedly, there is the supplemental grant and there's the other grant that goes up to 10,000. So let's just say, right, 7,000 and 5,000, that's 12,000. Instead of me complaining about, man, why do they need all these documents? Oh my God, like it's taking forever. What I'm doing is I'm hiding out the storm. I know that I hardly have anything right now. Even while I'm saying that I'm putting equity into the company, I'm really force feeding it, okay? It took me forever to get through the PPP. I finally got a company that did help me survive it. It was Ready Capital through Lendio. And it's for $11,255 for the actual, for the first draw. I'm not afraid to mention what it is. And what the goal with that is that I know that 4,000 of that is actually available for specific things. So what I want to do is open a fashion division. This is what I want to do. Now, that's not to say, because I don't know what is going on the other side of my office, but if the other side of my office becomes free, then the first goal is to make sure that I have the whole entire rest of that year paid up in full, which is probably going to end up being like just under a couple of thousand. Then the other goal is to use what is left from that to develop the fashion department and get the photography flows done so that I can have both the fashion with the photography there. And then I'm going to be selling makeup artists, space for makeup artists, and have all that intertwined. That's what the plan is. Why? Because I already have the lighting kit. I've actually gotten another one. There's a lighting kit that I have given, that I have provided for the Southeast office in Georgia. Okay. But then I got another lighting kit. So I have the lighting kit. I have the backdrops. I have the signs for the agency. I'm the CEO of the agency. I have people that want to do specific things. And I also have different people. I've just learned about one makeup artist having actual connections with big magazines that I'm not going to mention about because I don't need anybody like getting too excited about it. But anyway, so I would like to try to turn that thing into a photography room and literally have a makeup artist in there and then have like our fashion spread in that spot. If not, at least the lighting kit is mobile, so I could take it down, put it into the car and go to wherever they're going to be at. Or if it's something like People's Magazine, so I can always send them a message and say, hey, would you like to come and do a fashion spread with some of our top models? So that is going to be a very strong possibility. But things are going to be happening face to face when I get up there. I'm hoping that it will be in July. Now, June, I have a family gathering. So I'm not going to be available toward the middle into the end of June. Our Miami photo shoot is going to be in October, which was supposed to be in June, but we're moving it to October on purpose. And that is because of a few of our vendors are actually going to be available then. Plus, we have a few of our very top-notch members who actually want to go that are going to be able to travel then. And it'll be better weather. And as of right now, there's no limitation. So the only difference is that because we are going to be having big magazine and fashion spreads and other clients there, we are not just going to be doing it where it's 2 days of full physical training, that's true, and then 2 days of shooting, but we're also going to have the last day is going to be where there will be various magazines picking individuals out to do actual fashion spreads. So some of you will actually be chosen to do a fashion spread and actually be in a major magazine for real. That's what we have set up. And this whole thing includes your hotel and all that in Miami, but not travel, because some people are saying I'm already going to be there. Other people are saying I live there. So instead of me trying to figure out how everyone's going to be there, I figured I'd just go ahead and do one hotel, which is where the whole thing is going to be at, and then set it up that way. It's going to be Monday through Friday, and then by Saturday noon is when you would be out of the hotel and flying back to wherever your destinations are. So it does include the hotel fee, and it includes all the training. Plus, you could literally be booked right there. They could literally be picking you because it is a money maker. This isn't just going to be a spread that's going to put you on a magazine without any other stipulations. You will get a chance of getting part of your actual investment back, if not more, depending on the person. So that's what I'm investing my money into to make SLMTA better, bigger, better, and bolder than what it was. Okay, even before pre-pandemic periods. So yeah, so things are going to get a little bit wild here within the next few months, and I'm actually excited. And it's just a matter of what happened. But I want to let you know that I will be in Grand Rapids, Michigan in July. One way or the other, I will be up there in July. It will most likely be toward the middle of the month because I'm going to, there are a few things I got to fix here, and then I'll be up there, and then I have to figure out other things that are happening because there's supposed to be a fashion show going on in September. So I'll have to reconvene with that as well. I also have my virtual live music contest that's going to be going on, or not contest, but festival. We're going to start advertising and inviting people to not only come to it, but to also perform in it. And you will be doing submissions for that. Okay. So be prepared on that end as well. So yeah, so anyway, my example is this. So when the money does actually come in, instead of me saying that, because here's the common sense thing. If I just go in there and say, I'm going to pull my $2,000 worth of clothes out, sell that, and not have anything come in, then in 4 months, I'm doomed anyway by default. It doesn't matter who gives me money. It doesn't matter how I get the money. It don't matter anything. You have to be able to keep the stock in there, keep it flowing. Now, it could be, let's say if I wanted to start the store, I might have the idea that my clothes was a thing, but then I start wondering, well, man, I don't have any clothes now. right? Because you got to understand, I told you that I had 3 different closets full of different things for different time periods. But I never said that I had a 4th closet that had everything that is mine. No, that is everything that is mine. So if I sold everything that was mine, and the only thing you see me wearing now would be the only thing I could ever wear. All right. So we have to use common sense on what we are doing, but maybe because I like clothes so much and there are certain fashions that I like, and I know how to talk, and then, let's say I know how to sell. Well, if I actually know how to sell, then I would be able to know how to sell my idea to other clothing line. And the clothing line will either provide a market price or some kind of consignment to allow me some kind of commission for the store while I'm selling, right? That's common sense. You would think that that would be the case. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's going to do consignment here. All right. You may have to pay out of pocket. Well, you have to wait then. Your best bet is to probably stick with merchants that would be able to come to your store and actually apply it as part of their negotiation with you. Then you can get like a commission to the store and then amplify it that way. Or just strictly stick with consignment, where you sell whatever stock you have and then go and request more, and then you got to submit, like, what is it, 30% or whatever to the person who has given you the things or something like that, or you keep 30%. It depends on what the consignment is. Some are very, very cheap. They'll let you keep 12%. And others you might make 30, or it could be vice versa. You may want to stick with people to see if they have like merchandise that they wouldn't mind you selling. And if it's not going to cost them too much out of pocket, then they can consign that for you, and then you can bring it in. Some of those places could be either anything from artists that have a lot of loose things that they want to sell, maybe CDs or something. Or it could even be fashionable things where they're just looking to get their fashion out there. But the thing is that you don't want to make these deals and then come out short. Now, here's what the problem is. Let me tell you what I've done all last year. You're going to be surprised. I've never said this because for a minute there, I was actually surprised myself that I even did it. But I was running 3 businesses, working Uber. Yes, I'm not kidding when I say it. Working Uber. Now I actually do DoorDash. When I'm not doing my business and I'm not online, I actually do DoorDash. Why? Because I'm going to make some money to put back into the company. Either way, I'm preparing myself to get to the light at the end of the tunnel, because that's what I'm seeing. So I know that I have bills that have to be paid. So I'm working enough to take care of those bills. And on the other hand, I'm focusing on the business on other levels. So that's why you'll notice that I say certain things like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Well, you may not see me at all for like a week. Okay. It's because I'm busy doing what I need to do to be able to survive. Now, there are some agencies that might be better off than even what I'm even doing. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. But starting from scratch, I think I'm doing pretty stinking good. And I have started right at the pre-pandemic period. It was September of 2019. They were just talking about covering their faces in China at that point. Okay. So, and then my first event was in November. And then the second one was in December with Cameo at that time in 2019. I had sent Iris down there, one of our representatives, to actually to participate in the Discover Me showcase during that year. So, and then it continued on from there. And then I started developing other ideas. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. I just kept on moving and moving and moving along until I found out something that worked for everyone. And as of right now, it seems to be that I've gotten 3 ideas on the virtual level that folks like. And I noticed that that is about right where I get a lot of my subscribers. When they hear about competitions, when they hear about contests, when they hear about live shows and stuff like that, I'm getting the subscriptions on my Twitch, on my YouTube channel, etc. So I now know what people are looking for. I also know that those who cannot make it live, like say to the even Masquerade Ball and to the award ceremony, we're going to go ahead and actually replay that for about a week. And it will be a $40 YouTube.tv program. So you would actually have to, you'd have to pay like for that weekly subscription so that you can go ahead and do that. There are many things that are happening. Also, I'm being in connection with Backstage because I actually want to start developing some reputation. And the biggest one of them all right now is actually working with some very big fashion spreads, like actual magazines, like, People's Magazines, things like that, where I can actually work something out with them to get some of the models out there. But the thing is we cannot just make someone look like a model. You really need, we know what you need. You have to trust the SLMTA knows what you need, but we cannot assume that your portfolio that you want to develop just because your sister or your cousin or your uncle knows how to roll a camera is going to be the exact thing that we're looking for. It may not be. Now, we do have photographers that know how to take pictures, okay? That would do them for test shots. That's what we call test shots or test shoots, all right? We would provide them during our open calls. But the real portfolio shoots, they would be flying in. They would be coming from LA and places like that. These are not, or New York and places. These are not like just somebody that knows how to roll a camera, but someone that actually knows what a portfolio shoot is. And the makeup artists that we have, especially in the Grand Rapids area, he actually knows how to do real professional model related makeup. So at least while we're in Grand Rapids, unless we actually paid him to go some other place, at least in Grand Rapids, he would be available for a very good makeover for any female or male interested in doing a fashion spread. But that is our top goal for the end of this year going into 2022. We want to do several fashion spreads. We want to get big magazine photographer to actually do that. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody right away, let me explain something to you. There are some that say, well, you don't even have the money, like you don't have the money to do this, you don't have the money to do that. You don't know what I have the money to do. All you need to worry about is if it's actually coming alive and I actually have a name attached to it and there's a date attached to when we're doing it, then all you need to do is prepare yourself to participate in that pro portfolio shoot. But if you're sitting there just, we don't have the time for the excuses. So we have everything that is ready for you. You just need to participate in it or just forget about it. Instead of trying to be jealous and trying to spread stories that don't mean anything. Especially if you can't back yourself up. You know? The hardest thing to do is sit there and try to tell somebody, oh, they put a picture of like my sister up on the thing, and then all I got was a oops, I'm sorry, and took it down. And now all of a sudden they disappeared from all the social media. So let me tell you something. I'm reading right in between the lines when I see that. And I look at it and I say, this person actually just has an excuse. You want to know what the excuse is? The excuse is their insecurity of even being able to show up to actually even do it. It says it right in there. There's a huge insecurity. The insecurity that is not mentioned there is the fact that they wish that they could have been seen. But it's somebody that wanted to be seen but couldn't. And therefore, they wanted to twist it and say that something else happened when it didn't really happen. So, yeah, I'm very well aware of reading in between the lines and understanding what the insecurities and the fears and the ego process is in that. So continuing on, with my example, if I was to have ran a store and then I have gotten the money that I have gotten, my focus would have literally been on me figuring out the store. Because it would be like a car. When you get a car, right? The minute that you get a car, you have to have your license, your insurance, and registration. In order to get insurance, you have to have a license and a registration. Well, you'd have to have a license to get your registration. So the only other thing that you could get is a license. But if you get a license, you cannot get a car without the car being registered somehow. And then they won't allow you to drive out of there without having insurance. So what am I trying to get at? They all hand in hand work. So you can't have the insurance without the other thing. You can't do something else without another. You have to have everything to be able to legally be who you are as a driver with that vehicle. So SLMTA, how we do business is, yes, I could literally just go the easy route and say, all right, I'm just going to close. I'm going to just dissolve. And I'm going to give everything up. It would be just easier if I just, I'm going to take the easy way. I'm just going to work hard. But here's the problem. If I work hard, none of the problems that got me before I got my store or business is going away. The only thing I did was deprive myself from being able to have something that I accomplished because of I'm allowing these other things that are not passing me for some reason. I'm not letting them go. And sometimes I wonder if we're letting the right things go. Oh, that is where it hits in tonight's subject matter too, in a real strange way. God gives us everything that we need and provides it very interestingly. Some of us, it might even be odd, like extremely odd, how God provides it. Okay. And the dream happens. We actually get involved with being able to start a business. The problem is that I would be allowing all these other things to happen. Now, let me tell you something. I'm about to tell you something that is actually very interesting. And I'm not afraid to admit it because there was a real reason why I had to do it. I was tired of things happening in the past, so I eventually had to do it. So you're about to hear something that is very personal to me, but also something that makes me feel very, very good. And that is that I made the decision to start my life over again before I started my business. Now, for some of you, you know what that means. For others of you, ask somebody that knows. I'm not going to say the real meaning of it, but basically, I decided to start my life over again. And then I decided, okay, now that I started my life over again, let me see where God wants me to go with this business. And believe it or not, long and behold, I was able to get rid of a whole lot of my problems, even though that was one problem there. And believe me, it was for a little bit. Everything's starting to go better now. And, I'm a couple of years into it anyway. But the point that I'm getting at is that my business never was severely into debt where my business had to start over, knock on wood, so that was good. And I was very careful about what I was paying out, even though that I had to sacrifice my personal life on a lot of things for the business to happen. Now, that's for some of you that are wondering if I'm such a terrible scam artist, okay? The investment that I've done, both in time and money for this business, not everything is going to come easy, okay? But sometimes you have to make choices to know what to do, even if you have to start from scratch. Maybe you thought you were going to start a store, but maybe it was supposed to be a salon or a makeup place. Who knows? It's got to be something because it's already there, right? If God's already involved you into it. But then you also have to find out who is your support system. If it's not coming from the family, it's probably coming from some friends that are surrounding you somewheres along the line. If you got a friend who's like creating jewelry or making fabrics or drawing pictures or whatever the case may be, then maybe they are the ones that you need to be talking to about how you can keep store afloat. Now, here is where I talk about Indians versus chiefs. There are a lot of people out there that are trying to be chiefs and do not know how to do it. See, chiefs take a lot of work. You have to be an Indian first. If you know about the tribes, you're growing up to be an Indian, okay? And then you learn your way into being a chief. Okay, you're not going to be the boy of the house, and all of a sudden, because you are the boy, now you think you're the man of the house. No, the father is still the father of the house. You're just one of the males in there. You have to grow up. Point blank. Now, are you following me with what I'm trying to say here? So what is happening is when it comes to creative ideas and things like that. Some of us may be creative, but cannot own they may own the creation, but not necessarily want to run the show, meaning that they will create and create and create, and then somebody else can actually try to sell it. So you would have a tag team. You would have somebody who would do the selling, and you would be the one sitting there as a CEO trying to get all the stuff in, right? Well, let me use the example of a store, because this one is, first of all, it's very highly, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a high competition with any kind of a store. And then you got those that are trying to sit there and basically sell anything and everything in God's name. And it's cheap as all good. Oh, but so is the clothes that they wear when they poke holes over, right? I mean, I'm not afraid to say it the way it is. It is the way it is. Now, yes, you want to know, like, you want to know your target audience, but you also want to know, like, how you can target as well if you think that there's just a bunch of folks that don't want to spend the money that you're expecting to sell. All right, long story short, just the basics, business 101. You're starting a spot where you're comfortable with the money that you can spend, right? Let's say that you guys are splitting costs or something like that. It could be you with 3 other people. The problem is if all 3 of you are actually working and not one of you can step up to the plate, then the store would be doomed to fail. Or that or there's the fact that everybody is stuck in a financial situation the same way, then you don't really have a support system. They may support you like, yeah, I like the idea that you're doing a store. Like, that's what I've gotten. In my very first business venture, I always wanted to have a store filled with clothes. I'm not going to lie. And I was in Browns Mills, New Jersey, and I've tried everything that I could, but God actually told me, no, 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 no. I even went to ask the city council at a city council meeting. I was like, there's a store that's just growing vines right up the walls. It's been empty for probably before I was born. Nope. Then I finally asked someone where I could share a spot, and then they wanted like $900 a month. I was like, really? That's probably what you're paying is $900 a month. You just want to try to get out on that. No, I'm not doing that. So what I started thinking about was, let me go ahead and find a few friends. And what we have decided to do is, and this is something that even some of my friends don't even know about, let alone my family. And the reason is because I started to realize that clothes wasn't my thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I like fashion. I do like all that, but running a clothing store was not my thing. So that was the last resort where God was telling me, no, that's not your role. That doesn't mean that I wasn't a model or that I couldn't model at the time or whatever. No, it just, God implanted in my heart that this was just becoming something that was not good for me. So, and I'm trying to remember even what the name of the store was, but it wasn't even mine, but I was like a co-owner of it. And I would sit there and I would actually, like, we even had some folks that knew how to make jewelry, and they were like selling some of it and things like that. And I can remember that it wasn't even in Browns Mills. And what the goal was is that if 4 of us was going to be involved in this business venture, then 4 of us need to be prepared to pay the rent. That was the first goal. And we found out that it was $800. So we all signed an oath. I created the oath that we're going to pay $200 a month, and that it must be in by a specific date. All right, so as of right now, we have the store, $800 a month, $200 per person. Now, I've waited for that year to go because I didn't want to hurt them in the middle of the year. Like, you know, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, well, by the way, I'm not going to be joining this thing anymore. So what I did is I've waited for that year to end, which was basically like February-ish, I think it was. And then so in December, I sent a letter because normally you want to give someone 60 days, okay, before you just say, oh, by the way, I'm going to just close up and everything's going to be, you know what I mean? You want to give them 60 days to prepare for this scenario. And usually, I'm not sure if that's a legal thing or not, but most businesses, that's what they do. They actually say 60 to 90 days is the best criteria. Because even if you think that you can get everything and move it all and all that, you'll find out that you're probably still going to need another month. So typically it's usually 60 days. Even if you only got a few things in a store, but your life is too busy. And the last thing you want to do is just be rushing, trying to get a pile of stuff out and then not know where to put it and then have that ruined, you know? So in any case, that's what I did. So then they looked at it, they were like, well, could we still afford it? And then they figured it out that they were still able to afford it with just the 3 of them without me. But I was actually the spokesperson to go ahead and send people in. So I didn't want to own the store, but I knew that I had a gift. So I went ahead and used that gift to do that. Well, that's when I started realizing that I have a mouth, I could use it. I can literally take poop on a dipstick and actually dip it in chocolate and sell it, and nobody would know until they bite into it. That's how good of a seller that I was. Okay. So then they were like, well, how would we be able to pay you? Well, I told them, and this is where it kind of hurts in the now, because I probably could have still been involved in it, but I've been moved now. I'm in Chattanooga, but I also now have I'm now flirting between Chattanooga and Grand Rapids. So I'm between 2 states. Long story short, I've been moved, but while I was still there, I basically said, well, look, I work from here to here. I will come in and I'll do it like this and this. But this is what I'm going to tell you. Even if I make $20 all night, I still want to have at least 20% commission. In other words, I didn't ask them for a base pay. I didn't ask them for nothing. First of all, I already knew their situation, so it didn't matter to me. I've had my full-time job, so as long as the place was still open, and then I was able to carry on a few hours at least on a daily basis, or at least a few hours for 3 days or 4 days out of the week, it was better than nothing. Well, I was able to do it, and my 20% commission turned out to be about $1,500 because I knew how to sell. And then it got to the point where they actually had to keep asking the merchants to actually go and replenish the store because I would be selling out of the store. Otherwise, they'd have to close the store by default for a couple of days until more merchandise got in it. So we all had our jobs. We split the money up on the rent, and then we turned around and we ended up, you know, I was a spokesperson. So I was okay. I didn't need a base pay if I already had my life pay already being paid. There are some that will be greedy. They will just sit there and be like, I want this, I want that, I want the other thing. Let me tell you something about my I want. I know what you want. I understand that you want what you want. But there are times like today where what you want isn't always what you're going to get. And I'm sorry to say it, I am straight to your face like a daddy right now, and I'm going to tell you tough love. What you want is not what you're always going to get. Okay? So you should be happy that you're getting the opportunity to fulfill yourself, fulfill a dream of being able to create something, and now somebody is there for you to help you. Yeah, it's another way of you needing to pay me. But look, if I'm taking 20% commission, it means that I have to sell. If I don't sell nothing, I don't get nothing, right? That's the problem. Some people don't want to do nothing, so they expect them to do a base pay to try to get out of actually doing something. No, we already know this kind of a trick, and I think even investors are figuring this trick out. You ask any angel investor or even someone like Kevin on Shark Tank. They all know that the store regime is highly competitive. It's like the performing arts. It's the same thing. We are competitive as well in our own way. But there are people out there that will be greedy, that will try to get something for nothing. And you have to tell them straight up, screw this. You know what? Excuse my language, but it's the truth. That's how I'm putting it with SLMTA, whether you like it or not. Screw that. I need to be able to know what your worth is. If you cannot tell me what your worth is, your mouth can run a mile a minute. It don't mean nothing to me. Prove it to me, because if you can actually do all that you're talking about, then I'll be more than happy to set up a base pay. Because why? You're actually bringing the money in. So that tells me if a person's really supportive or if they're just out there looking for a quick dollar. There are a difference between that. Why do you think, and this is where I believe in the Republicans in this case. There are people out there that will make any excuse because, you know, they'd rather just sit and collect $300 a month. That may be actually true. I'm offering all kinds of opportunities right now, and they're afraid to lose $300 a month over a $100 submission. That could literally give them 14 times more than that $300 a month. Come on, folks, let's get real. God provides, but you don't even know how to use the money that is even there. If God's providing you the money and you had the money and now you're still with the same problems, then the problem is you. It ain't with God. Hallelujah, if you're hearing that one. The problem is with you, not with God. See, I've already told you who the scammer was. It's not the business. It's not the people in the business. It's the person that wants to, it is you. Unfortunately, I have no other way of saying it. The scammer is you. If you're going to sit there and say that you're going to do this, you're going to do that, and you want to do this, you want to do that, and then you're not doing none, but you're just looking beautiful, you are deceiving those to believe that you're able to do something. Why do you think some people do get fired? Oh, yeah, I like it in the beginning. And then 4 weeks later, you get a bonus and boom, you're flat out right back out the door again. I'm not here to listen to that garbage. I'm here to offer you an opportunity that would be for a lifetime if you will accept it. God says that he has given Jesus, for each and every one of us. And we're over here ignoring the gift that God has provided. The biggest gift that any of us could ever have. And God is for the long term, not for the short term. I promise you that. I'm going to say it again and again. God is for the long term, not the short term. So whatever you are trying to do, whatever you want to do, whatever is going on, you need to figure out how to fix you, because that is where you're going to be able to do what needs to be done. Some of us have to stop. Don't get me wrong. It happens. By default, some of us have to stop. Maybe it's our health that gets in the way. And God says, all right, enough is enough. I'm going to slow you down. Understand this, God's for the long term, not the short term. If God's slowing you down, there is some reason that he's doing that. So if you think it's easy to just work your butt off and still have the same problems, hallelujah, when I'm saying this, oh my goodness, I got goosebumps right up my back right now. I'm preaching right now. Man, it's almost midnight. I don't know what it is. I think it's that 11 o'clock hour ordeal thing going on. Folks, hear me out when I say this. If God is providing you that $300 a month, or has been, you had the time to sit there and relax. What did you do with it? What did you spend your money on? I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to give you secrets of what you did. I'm going to tell you that if in your heart of hearts you know that you had an opportunity and you just blow it, man, oh man, I don't know what to tell you. There are some of you that were so scared of even accepting the money that was to be given to you because you thought it was going to be taken from something else. I mean, come on, guys, shake that insecurity out of your brains and move it on already. What is going on? What does your retirement got to do with FPUC? You know what I mean? I've heard the excuses when I've said, well, you needed to have a break or whatever. You need a break, right? And then I don't get it. I just don't get it with some folks. I really don't. And some people, like, they just, I don't know, they'd rather just call me a judger. No, I'm not a judger. You're just insecure. There's a difference. The judger is going to be insecure about the judgment. Unfortunately, that is the truth. All of us are going to be insecure in front of God's eyes, but we're going to have to accept it, won't we? So come on, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not going to tell you what you could be doing or how you could be doing it or whatnot. I'm just sharing with you how God provides. He given you everything. This was a chance. This was a swipe clean. Oh my goodness. Oh, the goosebumps are like, wow. All the way up my arm, the hair on my arm is moving up. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Some people are like, well, why did you spend your money so crazy like that? I'm going to tell you why I spent my money all crazy like that. First of all, it's business money. And it was for my business, so I knew what I was using it for. Now, I've went on trips. I've also did a Miami, what I call a Miami fun shoot with a couple of my friends or whatnot. I went to family gatherings last year and all that, but that wasn't with business money. That was with money that was earned by me, or I was able, because I've taken part of my unemployment because of not having it. I filed for it. Yes, I did. I was not afraid. I didn't care about SSI. or whatever that is, you know, because that don't have nothing to do with FPUC, okay? And at the time they were providing it, so it was fine, but I wasn't going to take advantage of it. There's a difference between taking advantage of it or whatnot. At that time, I had nothing happening. It was too late to do PPP, so I went ahead and I did the other thing. I was still with Uber, and I did some what they call it, flex shift with Amazon at that time. But now it is back, it's up and popping. I am open for business. Okay. There is no reason. I don't need $600 a week, even though that would really help me. Don't get me wrong, it would. But I'm not going to be a freeloader sitting around trying to figure out why I still have my same problem. And I don't really have the same problem. The only thing that I really would wish, but again, I'm human just like anyone else, is when am I going to see a profit? Because this is going to be my third year into this. Well, in a tax season, that is. A third year in a tax season. It will be my second year as of October of 2021. All right. So, but I also realize that I'm not the important piece of it. Yes, I would like to pay myself something, but I'm not the important piece of it. You guys are. And that's what most of the mission of SLMTA has always been about. If I was going to be a scammer, I would not be sitting here explaining to you my whole life story on my 2 years of how God had provided to make something happen, and it's still happening today. So whether you believe in God or not, God exists and he does provide. And he has given the authority to allow what is needed in your life to be aligned with what you want to do. You just have to know what God's purpose is for you. So if God allowed you to open a store, then don't close the store. I encourage you, do not close the store. What you need to do is, instead of closing the store, you need to get involved with your support system and find out who would want to be involved in helping you. We are now open, we are revived. So now it's time to make a move on. The real people that will support you will be the ones that will sit in there even if they knew that you were working your butt off. Are you hearing me? You don't even have to pay the whole entire thing. If you have to get other co-owners, get other co-owners and split the rent up. If it's $500 and you get 5 co-owners and all of you have 20% of the company, understand this too. For some of you that I helped do LLCs in the past, if you're asking for someone to be a co-owner, they also have to be the co-respondent to your losses. So it's not only about the profits. In the first 5 years, expect 20% of the losses. So if you have 5 people, say your store is $500 a month, and you're asking 5 people 20%, 20% is $100, which means that each person pays $100 for the store, whether they're trying to help you sell in that store, calling merchants, if they're there, whatever, it does not matter. They get 20% of the profits, they get 20% of the losses as well. When you dissolve, if there's losses, they are 20% in it. They are losing those games. That's how it goes. That is the reality of how that piece goes. So what all you may have to do really is, instead of closing the store or closing anything, if you're in this boat, I'm talking to those of you that are hurt in the pandemic, and the only option you think is, I'm going to close. I'm going to just go ahead and close. No, what you need to do is first get with your support system. If the support system really supports you in a very valid way, they will do what is necessary that needs to be done. And even if it's only 4 people, so what? And the way that you're going to pay them is probably the co-ownership of their company. Because if you cannot pay them a base pay, like, oh, well, $1,200 a week or whatever, then at the very least, you need to give them some ownership if they're going to invest their time. In most cases, they would be investing their time in very minimum with any kind of finances. Why? Because of the fact being that their time is going to be just as important as the finances that you already have, but at least you got somebody in there, and they are supporting you. Take advantage of your support system and stop being afraid to ask. Everybody knows that there was a pandemic. The only thing is that you're going to know who supports you and who doesn't in the back end. Why? Because of the simple fact being that some of them will just tell you, well, I want this, I want that. Well, if they want this and they want that, then I hate to say it, but the only other way I'm going to say it, and it's straight up to your face, piss off. Go find a bucket. I'm saying it that way. I'm sorry. There's no other way of saying it. I'm being friendly here. I'm telling you exactly what needs to be done. This is tough love. Okay, it's a good topic tonight, but it is tough love. The only other thing that or it could be the other way around. There are some folks that actually really support what I'm doing. And maybe they don't have the support for what they're doing, but they don't want to hold SLMTA up, right? I'm using me as an example, okay? Well, there is that part of it too. If that is the case, if that's what's going on with like me and my side of the story, then again, it only goes to show you have to start with your support system, is what I'm getting at. Now, the thing is that if you're going to sacrifice time, you got to know if you have time to sacrifice. So if you don't, then the only way that you can actually take any piece of ownership of any kind of a company, especially when it comes to investment, is if you're investing time or investing finances or resources. That is just a tough love and straightforwardness of that situation. When you're investing time, and say, well, I work, say, until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and my office open until 7 p.m. every day. Well, from 2 to 7, okay, you want to do that? Great. And then I might be working from, say, 1 p.m. until 10 p.m. at night. So you would be just covering when I'm not there, something to that sort. I'm giving you a small little example of how you would do it. And for some of you, it might actually be very easy cut on, run dry. You probably know exactly what I'm talking about. The thing is that some of you just say, well, I tried that. I tried everything that I could. I have to close it up. No, believe me, you hadn't. You would actually know if you really did. Because you want to know why? God is speaking to you right now about what he is preserving for you. And if God has shown a preservation for you, then you didn't do everything yet. And here is an example of how you would know. If your heart is telling you, do I really want to close this? And you're sitting on it, but you're sitting there like, I have no other choice, but then you're sad that you had to do it. then apparently it was not time to close. The thing is you just have to not be afraid to ask. You belong to a church, let the church know like what is happening with your situation. If you need a little bit of help, say with rent or something. If you need help with actual rent, then you should have took advantage instead of being afraid of them taking money from your retirement pay, which is a poor excuse. You should have actually asked them to pay your rent. If you made under $75,000, this is another thing. God has provided. He had used the Congress gifts of their money, their programs, and everything to provide for us. And if you didn't take that, then that was your loss, nobody else's. Hear me out. How are you going to complain to me you ain't got no money if you couldn't sit there and actually do some work and go get a grant? Come on now. And you all know that the grant was there. Hello. Some of you probably got an email sitting right in your box right now. But you just don't want to do the extra work to fill it out. You know what I'm talking about. Look at your email and stop being afraid of what might be in there. Because you could be throwing the wrong email out in the trash, if you know what I mean. Then there's some, well, I can't get none. I've never gotten any of the stimulus or whatever, you know, all those negativities. Again, these are negativities and I'm trying to flip them to positives. Well, and I don't like to use this in a way of a binding excuse of God's creation, but here's the truth of the matter. God has used the resources of Congress to be able to provide for us. And so you have a chance to get out of the situation that you were in because of poor decisions that were made. So in all real honesty, that is a reality. But what is tough love is that if you don't do your taxes the right way, you're not going to get certain things. If you don't actually fill out the right contracts or applications, there are certain other things you're not going to get. So yes, I mean, after all, you're probably not going to get too far. So when you're talking about, oh, I got all this rent and everything else, and I don't know how to pay for this, I don't know how to pay for that. Let me tell you something, I just landed a grant in Michigan. Now, Michigan is going to be handling, and they just now getting state money again that I'll be able to participate in to actually pay the rent for which my office is at. Not to even mention that, but other things that my company needs. That maybe perhaps my equity doesn't fit all of that. That doesn't mean that I'm so poor that I have to sit there and ask the government and blah, 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 whatever your insecurity bullcrap might actually end up being. No, what you should be doing instead of spreading insecurity, you should be getting your insecure self to some security in the same way that I'm doing right now. See, I'm not insecure. I will go and ask. And if they say no, no, then no is no. I'm not going to worry about it. So something like the one grant that I applied for, the targeted advance, okay, they're saying no, but I actually know that I fit in a 30% targeted area. And I know that I've actually opened in fact, they even said that my business started in 2019. So I was like, well, then why did they turn around and still deny me, but deny me in a different way? So now what I'm doing, I'm just submitting all my tax returns, proving to them that I have been open and that this is what the difference is and all this stuff, because that's what they want. I've been telling you this already before, but you have to do the work. You cannot be afraid. Sometimes you have to tell them. Sometimes it's just an overlook. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's that 2019 you gave me last week. Well, why didn't I realize that? Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Okay, you're approved now. Is your bank account the same as that? Now, in my case, my bank account would not be the same as that. Why? Because the more that I've been waiting, the less impatient Bank of America became. So I had to change a bank account. Yes, I did. I'm not going to lie there. Sometimes you have to do those kind of things. Sometimes they're forced on you, sometimes they're not. Whatever, it don't matter to me. As long as the same results are the way they are. The point that I'm getting at is that God preserves the resources for you. Why are you not utilizing them? Now, if you made over $75,000, okay, I can see why you probably be in that float. But if you're not making over 75,000, or let's say you did get approved for those grants, you just wanted to go on vacation every other day, every other month to whatever. Well, then if that is you, then that could be why you're so slow on why it was that you couldn't get your business together. Some of these business grants are not made for you to go on vacation. They are made to help you preserve your business, to help it grow or to help it sustain where it is. In this case, it would probably be to sustain. I'm hoping that the new programs they come up with this time will actually either help the business grow or to create new businesses. That's what I'm hoping. And why is that? Because that is going to help the whole scenario with unemployment, but it's also going to help with the fact that some of us that have really made it through the pandemic, I feel as if it's almost going to be like a reward. And I believe that if I trust in my God and I trust in how things are going, that will be the end result, at least in this earthly fashion situation that's going on. Okay, but in the meantime, we all have to suffer in the same exact way. We just have to find creative ways to handle it. Even if it means now, I'm dealing with a situation where my office, there's a guy that wants every single office in that building. I'm telling him that he needs to go somewhere. So that's what I'm telling him. I'm not going to sit there and go for that. We are an office that handles booking models and artists. As long as the guy's getting his rent, you just keep your mouth closed. You want to be a model? Come on in. We'll see you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but I'm not. But there are some people out there that are greedy. But let me tell you about these greedy situations. They don't last. They might look bigger than you. They're like the Goliath in your life, okay? Don't even worry about it. Because the bigger that they may be, understand this too. I always say this. God used a young boy named David with only 3 rocks and a slingshot to knock down a big giant. So there are times where there will be big giants in your way, and you have to ask God to lead you and figure out. You have to stop, even if it means, I'm okay with it. Like I'm sharing a spot with someone, even if it means that I have to literally just split the rent so that we'll be okay, even if nothing happens, which apparently nothing has happened for what, like 6 months into that? So, at least in the office anyway. So I would be okay with that. I could support in that way. But to sit there and fear a Goliath in your life, no, no, get your 3 stones and your slingshot and go and do some damage. That is what I'm talking about. Figure out what you can do. It may not be that it's what you thought it was going to be. Or maybe it is. Maybe it just takes a little bit more research. I mean, if you're already busting your butt, you might as well just spend a few hours at night and do some research on consignment. Okay? If you're a restaurant that was closing down, maybe you could figure out what your best hit meals were and go with that. It's kind of like it's almost like you're restarting from fresh without closing down and have to do it, right? So maybe do half of what you normally would. And then spice up whatever the other things are that's not selling, and then market that in a way that it never been heard before. Even if it takes you 3 months to figure it out. Don't rush into it. Don't worry about that stinking Goliath over there across the street that might be having cars sitting there all day, all night, waiting for the drive-through. No, what you need to do is you need to worry about you. You need to worry about what it is that your restaurant would do. Even if they say that you could reopen, but you're not able to like do the full electric bill, you're better off just keeping it where it's to go or whatever. Do what you need to do to stay afloat until you can get things actually going. And the government programs, yeah, they are good until they're gone. So you want to make sure that you get them and get the help. What I really hope is that, in all honesty, small businesses do need to actually get more money. They need to actually stop being a bit cheap there. The 10,000, I think the 10,000 idle advance needs to go back to the 10,000 idle advance instead of all this other bull crap. That's what I think. And those who have suffered revenue loss, so instead of sitting there hitting them with another bill for another 30 years, give them the difference of the revenue from 1 year to the next. That should be what the real grant is. That's what you should be doing. But nevertheless, besides the fact that that's what's going on, the reality is that God is setting the stage up for bigger, better, and bolder. And what you have to do, while at the same time, we don't want greed to get in the way, because if we have the greed get in the way, then we're going right back to the warning cry. And I think that we're already there anyways. We're at the warning cry, but the question is if it's going to if the actual warning is going to happen in our lifetime, or if God will actually preserve us for another lifetime that will experience the wrath of Babylon falling. Either way, it's going to happen. But you should not sit there and dictate your future plans on something falling. You need to focus on God and don't forget the present, because if you forget the present, it'd be as if you forgot that Christmas came and went already. All right? You don't want to do that. So allow God to actually work with you. If you were being like, do you have anything at all that God actually provided for you? I can actually say, even though it's costing me a lot of hours to work and everything else, I can actually say that the one thing that God got in my life is my business. I was able to preserve the money that I needed for my business, and it was able to happen. And yeah, of course, I also had a silent partner who had supported me In fact, she's supporting me not even just financially either. It's actually with time and with resources, because while we're not like together per se in the same location, she is using her resources like the phone, the internet, that kind of a scenario, to either research or to talk to people or to share what SLMTA is doing. But then there are some that would like to help SLMTA, but it's just, oh, I would like to. Or there are some that are dictating what they should be getting paid. When I hear of dictators, right away I shut them up, because that's not what I'm looking for right now. First of all, I'm not a advertising agency. I am a modeling agency. There's a difference, okay? Advertising agency, yes, you can make hundreds to thousands of dollars every single day or per week if you know what you're doing. But as an agent for an agency, you actually have to know how to book. And we have the clients, we have everybody that you can be in contact with. But if you don't know how to submit the bookings, then that's one problem right there, communication 101. Now, some have actually told me that they wasn't able to do it, and that was fine. So then I tried the right. Well, the recruitment way went until people started asking questions, which were the wrong type of questions to ask. So now what I'm deciding to do is actually do more open calls so that I can actually invite them out and let them know. In other words, the open call is going to be for me to communicate what questions you should be asking. But you wouldn't even need to ask questions if you actually took notes and actually heard me. Okay? So all the recruiter would have to do at that point is to invite them out to an open call. That's it. Simple as that. So, I mean, but then we have some that are like wishfully thinking like, well, I would like to get paid like this. I appreciate that. Now that I know what your negotiation is or what you want to do when we're ready to actually hire you, then we'll take that in effect. So I had to actually write the notes and then figure it out. Right now, we're not really set there. You know, right now we're looking at who actually would believe in SLMTA's message enough to actually support us. And that could even be anywhere as simple as helping in recruitment to as large as saying, hey, look, I think I have a better way of you doing this, this, and that, so that it's not that expensive to them, or it doesn't look like like no one has to fear you as being something that you're not, or whatever the case is. Well, that's nice. Yeah, you can share the ideas, but you know, the true supporter would be someone, and I don't do things for free. I will be honest with you up front. I will not do things for free, but I'm also not going to spend money like it's wildflies either. So when I say you're working for commission as a recruiter, it's because I need to see if you're putting your money where your mouth is. Now, a lot of people think that when I use that term, put your money where your mouth is, that they're like, well, I got money, so what are you talking about? That's not what I mean. I want you to listen to the message very clearly. Put your money where your mouth is. In other words, I'm hinting to you that if you're going to say that you're doing something and it's coming out of your mouth, then show me that you're doing it so that there's room in your mouth that I could pour in the right blessings. Otherwise, you could yap all day, all you want. And all you're going to do is tell me, nah, I'm not interested. And that's what it would be too. I would be telling you I'm not interested. because all you got is a bunch of hot air. And, you know, it's like any other thing. If you got garbage that is filled up, there is no way that I could put anything else in there. So it's yap, 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 yap. Well, I cannot put green in your mouth, make it plentiful for you if all you're doing is this. That's why I say put your money where your mouth is. Because that's really what that term means. I don't care if you're rich already. If you're rich, then that further proves to me that then you're just greedy and you're just trying to figure out how to get from a lower man is what you're trying to do. I'm not afraid to admit it. Well, you know what? Go find a bucket. I'm sure you're going to have plenty of them that you can choose from. That's how I look at that. I do not like greed. I do not like jealousy. I don't like envy. None of that negativity. You got to leave it at the door. If you truthfully care and support mission, then do it. Do not sit there and don't have high expectations in the forefront, or and some folks just don't know how to negotiate at all. They're like, well, what's your lowest? Well, my lowest is going to be $0 until you give me $1. Oh, no, it won't be $0. Okay, well, I mean, what dollar do you want? I need you to tell me, what do you think it's worth? That's not how it goes. You're supposed to already know how much you are worth. And then I'm supposed to negotiate down. I'm the businessman that's going to want you. You're telling me that it's going to be the other way? Like, what are you talking about? So some of you actually need to know how to negotiate. I will be honest. Negotiation 101. I actually do have a class on that, believe it or not, as funny as that is. But you never want to make a business person say $0 and then you say, no, I can't work with you. When you're asking, well, what is the lowest? Because you know I'm going to do that on purpose. Every person has come to me, would ask me, what is the lowest? And I would on purpose say $0. I do. I actually do it on purpose. And then they're like, well, I'm not interested in working with you. That just tells me where they're actually at, where their mind is at. What do you actually think? Well, I don't know what it is. And don't get me wrong, I do have a speech impairment. So yeah, it may sound like I'm a little bit slow or whatever. So maybe they thought I don't know how to think. I don't know what it is. Maybe they think that there's some stupidity about myself. But whatever they were thinking, by them saying I'm not interested, only told me one thing, and that was that they were interested in money, but they were so interested in money that they didn't know what kind of money they were looking for. That's how bad it was. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with those kind of handles. Then there's some folks that I've dealt with. See, I learn these things, and the more that I learn them, the better it gets too. Then I've dealt with some folks where they would actually tell me what I'm going to pay them. And I would be like, oh, well, that's interesting. So you're saying I should pay them $125 an hour. Now, there has been times where I've been a little bit too nice. Now, I had a franchise lawyer look at my franchise agreement. That's definitely getting changed. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that in a minute. Because SLMTA, we are actually going to have a project. It will be the first project. No, it's not SLMTA, but it's a project within SLMTA that's going to become open. And that's all I'm going to tell you. And there's a lot of support for this already. But in any case, the franchise agreement was something that I've always said it this way. I said, well, all you have to do is pay $5,000, show that you're at least $50,000 in the good, and that you're able to prepare for your own licenses and all that. Well, that part was okay, where they're paying for their own licenses and things like that, because they should, if they wanting to open an office. But the part that I was doing was almost leaving it optional, that I was actually losing out on the money that would be necessary for the franchise, because I also would have to do the training and bring some people in. And so I've asked, well, what would be what normally happens? So now I actually have a real franchise agreement. And basically what it says is that you have to pay you have to have $200,000 as a front passage, okay, to be able to start a business. And that you need $150,000 to pay on the franchise, because that's going to be us doing all the other work, because that's the legal side of things. And then it's going to cost then the $5,000 for the usage of our rights given to you, as far as logo and other information, lawyers, etc., and our contracts. So that's how that goes. And then, yes, there is the part that they would have to register their LLCs or whatever, and that they would become a co-owner respectively, with the 30% that is due every month in their profit. But I'm not supposed to be babysitting. I'm supposed to be auditing when it comes to those companies, those other offices opening up. So that's where I'm at with that. So my lawyer and everything, we're actually drafting up the real actual franchise agreements. And the reason that it is that cost, it wasn't even me that picked it. It was my lawyer that actually picked it. And he said, the reason that we're going to still charge the $5,000 for the logos and stuff is because you're not just doing SLMTA. It's everything involving SLMTA. And you got other things that are involved with that, and you don't want people just stealing it. So that's why there's those other charges that are in there for that. But as a whole, you have to be basically financially stable, or you're just going to be wasting my time. So that's why I was saying about that when it comes to franchising. Well, now I've also gotten my risk management team looking at how some of my contracts are today, and I'm making amendments on that, because some of them address the year, but some of them, they're written as if it's a choice. And so a few of my entertainment lawyers were telling me that you don't want to write it as a choice. You want to let them know, even as tough love, that this is the regulation, this is the rule and the laws, whatever the laws are versus what the rules are. And so that's what I'm doing with that now. I'm making addendums to the contracts to where it's the actual tough love rules of SLMTA, actual dates that are going to show up there and everything else. And also our Community Stars program is by itself its own contract. That's why we mentioned that too. It's basically going to be for those who are going to need coaching. Now, we will suggest the coaching. That doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot sign with the agency. If you want to sign with the agency and take the coaching, you can. But when you do sign for the coaching, I'm going to tell you that it does not promise bookings at all. It gets you ready for the booking. And the reason for that is because the program itself is only a year, and it's a very vigorous program. You are going to be too busy to actually be booked. The only time that you probably would be booked is during the period of performance readiness after you are done auditioning, or some of your auditions could be so good that you're landing the bookings. In that case, we will put that as a credit towards one of your other requirements needed in the performance readiness program. But that is basically how that whole thing would work. But you signing with the agency, we are still going to need certain things. If you don't do the Community Stars program, then at the very least, you probably are going to need to get with some of our pro portfolio shoots. You need to do that because not only are we going to advertise what we are doing and get you out there, but it also puts you out there. And like with the Miami thing, we got 3 major magazines coming out, and they're going to actually hand pick who they want to actually put in the magazine with clothes ready to be fitted. After our 2 days of this, so now 2 days of photo set shooting as well. That could actually change depending. But right now we got 7 people that are signing up. It's $1,200. Yes, it's not. For some of you looking for something that's going to be $100, it's technically not $100. Just $1,200 because there's a lot that is going on with it, and there's also been a lot of investment that went involved with it as well. But we are bringing in actual big magazine photographers, and magazine companies themselves are coming to hand pick to see who would actually be in fashion spread. So that is what's going on. And then some of you guys are actually winning the contest. You guys are going to be a part of the actual thing too, the actual fashion spread. So don't forget, you guys might end up going to Miami by default. Now, for those of you that sign up for the contest, which is $100 per submission, if you for the contest and then you win, we actually pay for all of that for you because part of the package program that we have. So you would actually be going and getting a fashion spread with the fashion magazine down there in Miami, Florida, or wherever it may be after the contest is done. If we can get it done successfully when we're supposed to, we would be knowing at least who is actually going to qualify for the fashion spread. So yes, there is that. And it's also going to include our top 25, I believe. Yeah, our top 25. We're going to actually have you sign a photo release for MAAI, and we're going to be putting you in for the rest of the remainder of this year or what have you into their online showcase. Okay, that's what we're going to do for you. That's the top 25 that make it. We're starting at top 100, then it's top 75, top 50, and then top 25, top 15, top 10, top 5, and then the universal model. That is the route that we're at. So the top 25 in this program, you guys will most likely end up being invited to Miami by default. But don't assume that that is going to happen. But if you have a chance and you want to do it, and you want to take the low end of it, then go ahead and do it. But I do want to let you know our minimum participation is very high. So that basically means that we have to be able to accomplish our minimum participation. Until the minimum participation is completed, we will not be able to start the series. All right. So that's why I'm saying to have the opportunity, we have an opportunity for you on a low end to maybe get a chance to go with just $100. But if you're not able to do it, at the very least, what we could do, and this is where I'm happy to arrange some things. At the very least, what I could do, if you still want to do it, is I could waive the $100 from what you've already spent on the competition if you didn't make it. All right. And yes, this Miami Pro portfolio shoot does mean that we are looking for models. So yes, that is true. All right. However, if you're already with a mother agency and they have the right type of contract, that's what I'm trying to stress. They have the right type of contract, then they can basically just allow you to come to the photo shoot and then sign with us for those bookings. Now, we could do one or two things. We could either pay a finder's fee to that mother agency for the actual amount, and then that will be their payment, or they're going to have to take 10% from you. Because that's basically how that goes. But no other agencies, and definitely not mine, because specific clients that we have are actual regular clients now. Some of them are irregulars, like they pop in and out with different types of things. But in any case, most of the clients that we have are regulars, okay? And so if you know that you have something that is going to be available or whatnot, our regulars, if they're looking, like, especially for union, if they are a union type client looking for non-union, we still do not charge agency fees. But the model or the actor or what have you, they would be charged like 10% to the agent of the agency. So in that case, if it's coming from a mother agency, 9 times out of 10, the mother agency is getting 10% of the artist or model's work value. So you got to make sure that that is clearly spelled in their contracts, because if you have something where you're saying that the agency, the national agency, is supposed to pay your fee for them, then that is wrong. First of all, you would be losing money anyway by default. I'm going to explain that right now. Let's say that you want to split a 20% agency fee, which doesn't make sense. But let's say you want to split a 20% agency fee, and let's say it's $1,000, but by the time you got done paying, say the artist actually got paid 20 grand, then you're actually losing that. But I know I'm advertising things that shouldn't be advertised. But I'm also not someone that's not afraid to explain how an agency works. So this is exactly how it works, and any real model and or talent actually know. So what I'm saying isn't actually really different to them anyway. They know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the wannabes I have a problem with it, because they're like, no, I don't want to spend this to you and then plus give them that. No, that's just how it is. A real mother agency is the agent within that mother agency is going to take at minimum 10% from the artist, from the whatever, whether you're talent and or a model. And the same way here, but some of our work requires an actual agency fee, not all, but some require an actual agency fee. But when we have some people, like let's say we pay a finder's fee for, like, I don't know, Ford, to get a Well, we have a client that's looking for an experienced counselor or something for some kind of a commercial or a show or something. Well, I may not have that, so then I have to go and pay forward, like say, one or two things could happen. I could either pay a finder's fee, or they may already have a contract and they're like the mother agency of that union member. So in that case, I would get 10% of the payment of what they gotten paid, but then that other agency would also get paid because that is their actual agency. That is how it's supposed to work. It could work that way, or I end up paying them a finder's fee for finding someone that could evidently lead the role. And if they get the role, then we are good. And then I'd have to then pay them what the finder's fee is. And sometimes a finder's fee could be just as well as important as the other. It could just be that they just pay me to 20% when they get paid, and then I go and give them 10% of that. You know what I mean? One way or the other, they're getting something, or that's usually how that goes. Those type of arrangements. Now, if you're a recruiter looking for models, I don't really like to be doing that, because that's kind of like a agency that is desperate in a way, and I don't want to come off as desperate. I already got enough events going on that if models want to actually do it and they want to sign with SLMTA, they have the choice to do it. If the wannabe still want to sign with SLMTA, they can do it. But the opportunity for community stars is there, or they can go to MAI training and then go to the convention. There are like 4 ways of doing that. It doesn't have to be that you got to spend $9,000 for a 1-year education program. You could just do a whole nother, you could do the same thing just without all the education if you wanted to. So there are different ways of doing the same, trying to get around what you want to do based off of what you trying to do. But I will tell you this, as much as $9,000 could be a lot of money, if you did everything that everybody else is doing, it would be more expensive. In other words, if you were to buy every single workshop, every single seminar, every single class that they're doing, the whole MAI package and the plus ups and everything else, so you're looking at actually spending 3 times more than that 9,000. The reason I do that, we say we want a minimum of 10 per division, meaning modeling, acting, singing, whatever, We say a minimum of 10. Why? Because the 9,000 is actually cutting it 3 times down less. So instead of charging 27,000, we're actually doing it the other way around, and we're saying that everybody else is going to make up the difference for the other, but everybody as a whole will get the same thing. You see what I'm getting at? And that is what our attempt is. So if we don't have the 10, then that's why we have specific registration dates. If we don't have the 10 that are going to register, then we have to move it on to something else. Because if the 4 actually did want to do it, and MAI is the main thing that they're looking to do, then my goal is to basically make MAI work. That's what the goal would be. Even if it means to knock down the price of the other thing to get them to go and do that. But at minimum, with the 9,000, it's going to be, we actually only need 6. We only need 6. per division. So otherwise, we would have to ask, are you willing to actually, it's going to be a lot. It would be almost like equal to one term of maybe a public university style tuition. It'd be about 28,000 or so. But what we could also do too, but that's why we developed our escrow account, is we could say, because there are some that are saying that they want to do it, but they don't have the money right now to do the whole thing. So what I had suggested to them was we could split it in half. You can still keep your actual your down payment the exact same way, since you're already prepared to want to do it. And then we would just split the rest off as like a loan to the company, basically. And then you can actually start your training in the next year and then graduate in the next year. And that would basically be, I don't have calculations. I'll explain that more on another day. But basically, the idea is that we are trying to do what we can with SLMTA to make it fit into your budget, even though that it may seem like it's expensive. And then there are some that say, well, what is the point of Community Stars? The point of Community Stars is to develop stars, to develop performing artists, fine and performing artists and model to be bookable, basically. That is what the point of it is. You need to network, get out there. You need to market yourself. You need to brand yourself. You need to be able to do all the work that is behind it. Okay. And then there are some that ask me, well, there's no other job that tells us that we have to pay pay to get into the job. No, you're absolutely right. Because you're basically you're actually working for somebody else. But if you're working for yourself and you need a brand, it doesn't come by magic. It doesn't go abracadabra, poof, there it is. When you're in this industry, you are your own brand. Even if you're trying to go after the same thing that the person next to you is doing, if you both are high fashion, then you both need to show in your own way how you can be bookable. And then you have to show up to the casting calls. If you don't show up, then that's the first step to not being bookable. So yeah, then you're going to be blaming us about, oh, well, they took $9,000 from me and I never gotten booked. Well, yeah, you got to also figure out how you are going to be able to attend the casting calls. Now, in the program, you have to do it. It's a requirement, or you have to retake the whole entire thing. Now, I'm not saying I got to take the whole entire thing, like the whole thing, but I will tell you this: in performance readiness, MAAI is 35% of the whole entire grade. And you have to be able to pass in there at least at 2 levels. What is the other thing? And then there's, I think, a showcase. There's a showcase. You also have to do a recital. The recital is 20% of the whole entire grade. Then you have like the different various classes, yes, but they have their individual grades that the instructors will give you. And then that gets multiplied into the percentage of what the class grade is, which I think for that would be like 12% or something like that. There is no extra credit unless, of course, the instructor wants to give it to you in the class. But as a whole, the program is so thorough that you don't have time for extra credit. You could maybe get extra credit if you could book yourself in the performance readiness program, but it's going to be kind of hard because the first thing that you have to do a practical, and the practicum is actually working with an agency or working with SLMTA or something to be able to build up the knowledge of the agency platform so that you understand what the agency is doing. So you're going to actually get the behind the scenes reactions. And we have a few agencies that will allow some of the students to do that work. But there are negotiations in that because of the fact being, if they don't pay them, then they need to figure out where they're going to be staying. Otherwise, they have to do it locally. So like if I have a student that's in LA, I would find an LA local agency where they could actually work and complete that, because you have to do, it's like 6 weeks of practical is what you have to do. So so this isn't, now that's for the adults. The kids, what they would be doing is they would be actually, the program is actually not as expensive, and it's going to be set up more like an after school program. But if they wanted us to be like their home school and they want the whole thing, then it would actually be a total of $14,000 for the whole year. And then they could get all of their education plus the after school program. And then it would also include MAAI at the end. But again, the idea is to do what is legal with the kids. But if the kids are already in school, then we're going to do it as it will be less costly, because they will only have half the time to do it, but they won't be doing half the stuff that the adults are doing either. And they won't be doing the same type of class structures. They will be more or less, it'd be like an after school program, and they would be having a little bit more fun doing it. Now, high school, on the other hand, yes, you will be taking some of those classes. You will probably end up learning some college before you know it. But if you're a tween or a kid, it's going to be set up like an after school program. But that is where I'm at with that. Again, the idea, the pitch that we're doing with Community Stars is to develop professional well-beings in the fine and performing arts and model, so with vigorous education that will actually be less than the average four-year college that they would need to deal with going into learning about this. The other goal that we're working on, and I don't really like to announce this because I'm just starting to email them right now, is making it union related. And what that means is that some of the unions, like say Actors Equity, for example, if they could successfully complete this program in a year, then this would be one of the programs that people can participate in. I'm trying to see what the cost is with the other programs that they have similar to the SWIT community involvement, because they have it where you can earn points, so you can be already active, Like in my case, I became actors equity on purpose by default because I was with the sister company AGMA for 3 years and have successfully completed that in good standing. So, I mean, but there are other ways, and one of them is like membership through the community programs that they have. I don't know what they call. I know that this is actually more of like, it's a very vigorous program, but it does get right straight to the point. And if they see what the curriculum is, which I have a very thorough curriculum of what the Community Stars program is, that a few of the unions probably wouldn't mind it. And I'm also looking at even going through the accreditation process on the basis of a community program, but that is on a community program only. Now, looking does not mean that I am, so don't put words into my mouth or assuming that you think that I am. I'm looking at accreditation because accreditation is going to make the program even that more reputable. I'm one step ahead of the game with MAAI because MAAI has accepted us as a member agency. But I also want to be sure that there will be accreditation to the actual program, that they actually support that. So, and that they understand that what the students are getting out of it leads them to a high potential. Because while you might be spending $9,000, the truth of the matter is you're going to be getting all the work cut out for you. You know? Now, in the beginning, the first 6 months with the audition readiness, it is fit around the work schedule. That is correct. It is fit around the work schedule. So what that would mean for some of you as adults is that you can still work, bust your butt, you know, and then show up to auditions or whatnot. You are required in the program to show up to 5 auditions before you've done the audition readiness program of the Community Stars program. And we will have all of the clients listed and everything so that you can pick and choose, whether they're online or face-to-face. But you're gonna have to figure that out and make time for that. Then there are like entertainment law classes that you will be doing. You're going to be doing other productivity classes. There's going to be the other like 101 type classes that you'll be learning. If you're in arts administration, we had figured out that you probably would want to know macro and micro economics. So we have one class that's going to be 18 weeks. So that is 1 day a week for 2.5 hours that you will be learning macro and micro, 9 weeks each. That's if you're in the arts administration program of it. Most of arts administration for audition for the Community Stars program, it's not even listed as audition readiness or performance readiness. It's just called arts administration, community stars, arts administrators is what it's called, really. And you're going to be taking just a whole bunch of actual book classes. And there are going to be some, like if you're into the music part of it, you'll be doing that. You will be doing a lot of practical and things to that nature. So it's a pretty vigorous program. SLMTA actually would be using some of the arts administrative students as well. And the reason for that is so we have a way that we can actually pay you while you're in the program. So that will be beneficial for some of the students that are at least between 18 and 25 that are wanting to learn about the agency, how it works, or touring and things like that. So that's what I've been setting up for folks during a pandemic. I've been setting up for that tunnel to open up, and I see it opening, and I'm going to freely go. And I was able to use the blessings that God had provided to me without cursing someone else down about how they were stealing stuff from me or how this was happening, that was happening. I used the help that I could get, that God has provided for me, whether you want to believe that it's from God or not. I believe that God has blessed me, because if it's being awarded and God is actually able to work through this, then apparently it's aligned and this is a purpose that he has for me. Not everybody's going to be cut out to be a model. Not everybody's going to be cut out to be an actor. Not everybody's going to be cut out to be a singer. And again, we don't need to be having everybody assuming that they're going to like be the top thing all at once. I think the best thing to do is start off with the contest. If you are interested in seeing what SLMTA could do for you, start with the contest. Submit yourself for the contest. Why? Because that is going to open that door for real for you. It's going to open the door for you to absolutely get yourself ready and prepared. If anything, it's going to get you prepared even if you didn't win the top 100, okay? But at the same time, if you did reach the top 100, then maybe you might have known something less than what you thought. But never underestimate or overexert yourself. Just accept who you are in the now and work your way up to whatever that is that you're trying to do. It is okay to be a wannabe as long as the wannabe isn't overexerting themselves with high expectations, if that makes sense. Like, I want to be a business owner, but I'm not going to say that I am the biggest business owner out there. I'm not. Okay. So for me to do that, there are steps that I have to go through. There are things that I have to do, and I'm still learning. I still go and take classes. I'm still actually getting certifications, and I'm actually a doctor in the work of what I do. Well, my doctorate degree is in organizational leadership, but still. And I'm also looking to see about getting a couple of licenses that will help me. I have one already that allows me to do business audits and things like that. But that is where I'm at right now in my life. And that's what I've been doing in the process of, instead of sitting around whining about a pandemic. Some of us, that's what we were really doing. We were sitting around waiting for the pandemic to be over. Now the pandemic is pretty much, we're freeing ourselves, but now we're not even prepared for that. It's like, what is going to be the next excuse? I mean, in all honesty, these are the type of people that I wanted to stay clear away from. Unless you are coachable and you will allow me to free you from whatever it is that you are doing. Now, there are some that were asking me about readings, like actual, like not like spiritual readings, although they tend to sound like spiritual readings because I don't do anything without God. But some of you were asking about that. And the thing is that I do that on the side. I will actually coach life sources with you, but it's literally that's another investment that you have to do. And right now where I'm at is about $700, per hour on that for that kind of thing, because of the energy and whatnot. Now, what I do with that is I also write a poem, because I love writing poems. And I'll write poems based off of what I'm feeling that is happening, and then I send it to you, because I feel like that is the best way to do it. It makes you feel centered in, not just somebody talking, because at that point in time, I have to open myself up to allowing, you know, God free reign to speak to me and things like that. So, but if you need help in life situations, I am capable of doing that. And I'm also getting ready to be licensed to do that as well. So then the price will even go up from there, because I'm becoming more certified in doing this. So I'm well respected in the areas of where I'm at. The question, the point, the real issue is that I haven't branded myself. So a lot of you don't know who I am in a real sense. And I've been keeping myself silent, not because it's on purpose, but because I've closed myself in. And now I'm starting to realize that closing myself in is actually what part of the problem is. So that's why I explained to you guys in some of the in the book that I'm in the process of writing and whatnot, that that's a psychological defect when it comes to that, because it pours out a lot of insecurity. By default, when you're closing yourself in, the only thing that leaks out is your insecurity. So every time that you're doing that, you're actually insecure. You're showing your insecurities, even if you think that you're not. They are actually happening subconsciously. So that is the issue there. But yes, I'm not cheap, but I'm also very, very thorough about a lot of things. I also could do coaching sessions on true life experiences, okay, which is a whole nother way of doing the same thing, where you don't have to spend $700 an hour on, but that you could spend a couple weeks with. And I'm also wanting to do what I call a spiritual revitalization cruise. And it is exactly what it is. So when the cruise lines open up, what I want to do is, for some of you, is I'm going to be opening up that program, and what it will do is it will allow you, the price is going to include the cruise, so you don't have to worry about it, but it's going to be a revitalization. In other words, a reunion of yourself between you and God and the purpose of your life. And that's going to set you up for the next goal that I have in mind. And that is, like, if you're a business owner, then I have the Vital program that you can utilize. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I say coaching, that you got to be coachable, I'm not talking about somebody that may have ears to listen. Excuse me, ears to listen. I'm talking about somebody that knows how to get down to the grooves. Some of this can make you a little bit sad. Some of this might make you a little angry. I've done this one time with, no, 3 times thus far. I had one on their knees on a floor with blood squirting out of their ears and their nose at the same time. Not even lying. I had another one where they were filled with so much anger and disgust that they didn't even know if I was like the thing or not. So then after a while, it's like they were coming back, and then they were saying, okay, I think I'm ready. I think I understand what the whole entire problem was. Because they kind of confused love in the relationship of your business and your friendships with love on a personal level, and then somehow or another I kind of got wrapped up in it. Okay, and that does happen. So then eventually what happened was the angels started freaking them out because they started channeling in, and then that was just the end of that scenario. But long story short, these things do happen. Okay. I'm a little bit past that now, so I don't have to worry about that situation. But the point that I'm in at is that this is not an easy road. I'm going to tell you that right now. Not in the beginning. Most people that I do experience with, they are filled with anger, they're filled with insecurities, they are closing themselves in out of some real reason or whatever. And the goal is to let them, in fact, sometimes I have to tell them, unleash your anger. Go ahead. Like, you got to do something, right? As long as you're not hurting me or somebody else, whatever. But like, I told them, write it on paper. Maybe you could create a story out of it. Maybe you can put a few songs out of it. Who knows? It's like, write it out exactly how you see it. If you're going to say, oh, that blah, blah, slob or whatever, go ahead, write it on a piece of paper. Explain to me what a slob is. Tell me why you think they're a slob, you know? And then let's get to the bottom of it. Let's find out who the real slob is. Okay, because maybe our eyes are all messed up, and because we see the slob in our eyes, we are thinking that they're all slobs. But again, it goes right back to the scam. Who's a scam? Well, the scam is a person that deceives another person and thinking of something, right? So even if you're defrauding, say, the SBA to get a loan or a grant, well, you're a scam. All right, point blank. There ain't nothing else to it. The only difference is that you're a scam that got caught. So now you committed fraud. That's the only difference. But you still had to deceive the person. So in my eyes, I look at it as that you're a scam. And the real scam artist is the one that's actually going to say, oh, let's go get some free money. You pay me this and I'll do that. Well, guess what? You're the one that's going to get in trouble because you're telling them to go ahead and do it. You're going to pay for them to go and get you some fake money. Well, actually, no, the money is real. But the person that you paid them to actually go and get you the grant is fake. But they're not going to get in trouble because you're the one that has to initially sign the document. Well, when you sign a document, so you're bringing in the information. Not only that, but then when you're allowing the scammer to do that, they now have free reign over all of your personal information. So now you could be going to jail, and then you got somebody there having a field day on your social security number while you're in jail. So you have to be careful about decisions that you are making and how desperate you're doing things and all of that. And there are some really, really bad scam artists out there. I will tell you that. But I'm here to tell you that the only scam is you. If you're thinking about how to scam somebody else out of something, you're at a scam. If you if you're pretending to be something that you're not, you're still a scam. You're deceiving someone. If you're doing that, so you're a scam. I don't care. If you're gonna sit there and question me about something, and then you're telling me that you doing this and you're doing that, you are still a scam. Okay. The only way you get scam out of the vocabulary is when you're real. When you're coming up to someone telling them what you really want to do, or who you really are about. And when someone is closing themselves in, you're not really doing that. So it leads you into the thought process of a scam. So yes, there's going to be things that you're going to hear that maybe you're not necessarily going to like when I do some of my free life coaching and stuff like that. But the goal isn't to tear someone down. It's really to rip the insides out and to sew it back together with the right credential. Because you're already at the point, and this is just a little psychology for you guys. You're already at the point where this other source is evolving itself within you to do what they basically want, that you are not aligned to doing, okay? And therefore, the only way that you'd be able to fix that problem is you have to take that out. So that way, then you're able to see what was really in there. And you need to have another person there to be able to build that up from scratch. So in other words, you're growing up all over again, so to speak, just so to speak. But you're in a much quicker process. Why? Because you finally freed yourself from whatever was holding you back. And now you can be able to go and do the real stuff that is aligned for you to do. Now, some probably are like, no, you're just judging me. I've had this already. I say, well, until you're done with your judgment calls, come back to me. I don't have time to sit there and be listening about how judgmental I am. I am here to basically rip it apart and then make it anew with the real stuff that God has aligned you to do. And you cannot do it when you have garbage in your closet. You got to take the garbage out. Leave the negativity at the door. Don't come with expectations. That's why I tell folks, because you're not expecting nothing. You can't expect nothing when you had nothing all from the get-go. The whole point of the whole revitalization is to actually get that garbage out and renew it with the aligned purpose of God. And that's basically what I do in this program. So it's called, like, it's basically the revitalization cruise, right? And what we'll do is we'll spend about a week together going through the processes and the changes of the real deep stuff, the garbage. And then there would be like, I would be not inviting you, but as part of the program, I will be taking you on a cruise with me. And we will be going to a specific place up to 5 days, 4 nights, something like that. And then we would come back, and after that breeze, then that last week we would spend together renewing the purpose, actually preparing the purpose. And that's how we go with that. So you have to go through all the hard crap first, because again, garbage doesn't leave easy. You actually have to be willing to let it go. Okay, that's the way that goes. And if you're not willing to let it go, then before we can even finish the process, because you're stuck, before we can even continue on, I would suggest not to even move on until you are willing to let the garbage go. You would know the second day in, because like I said, by the third day, you're probably going to bleed out of your nose and your ears. Or at the very minimum, because when I coach with tough love, okay? I'm a facilitator, but I also speak like it is, okay? But in love, but the love that I have, unfortunately, is the tough love. And some have different ways of doing these type of programs in a different way. Others may be a little bit more able to work with others that are, how do I want to say this? They're not like tough love, but that they're a little bit more easygoing. Whereas me, I could be easygoing, but I am tough at the beginning, because the point of tough love is to let you know that you just cannot get what you want when you want it. It has to come naturally. And the reason you're not getting it is because you have garbage that is stockpiled in life that needs to be removed. And if you're not willing to remove it, then come see me later on. That's how I handle that. um, so yeah, so in any case, it is what, 1:19 a.m. Saturday, May 15th. Wow. Actually in about, what's it, 16, no, 11, 21 days, it will be my birthday. Wow. Gemini season is right around the corner. um, So I really do appreciate all of you all that were following me. Do not forget to subscribe to SL Models and Talent Agency LLC. It's the gold icon with the red ring around it on our YouTube channel. Don't forget to support us as well at patreon.com/SLMTA. I know that I was doing a lot of preaching and things tonight, but I wanted you guys to hear this message, because I encourage you, don't take the easy way out all the time. The easy way is not the only promise. In fact, what it does is it causes you more pain, especially if it's not aligned with your divine purpose. But you have to be willing to be coachable to be able to listen to what I have to say tonight anyway. Otherwise, it is very clearly mistaken that you could literally be thinking that I'm actually judging you. Let me leave with one last thing for you guys, okay? Judgment, I think I've said this before, but a judgmental excuse is anything that causes a person to use their mind in the thinking mode or the believe mode. I think or I believe. It is really about windows of perception. It only gives you a perception of what you're saying. And if you're stuck with just that one solution, you'll never know what the changes came about a person about a place or a thing. So if all you can remember is that person did this and I was very mad, and it got you so mad that even still to this day, after 8 years later, because let me tell you something, some people are not promised to come back, but some people are promised to come back. And you might have a second rodeo with some individuals. But if you think that you can create your own karma by saying, oh, I'm just going to block them, or I'll just send them to court, or they just keep bothering me, or whatever. I mean, while you have the right to do that, which you do, at the same time, you're not really doing anything but causing yourself more karma by default in the long run. Now, there are situations where there is a very good possibility that you could be finding yourself with emotional excuses. Now, these are the ones that I can really work with. Okay, as far as it goes, relating to SLMTA, and even in my spiritual consensus that I share with individuals. Basically, I want to say that emotional excuses are those that, based off of their emotions, they may find a reason why things are happening, but they are usually dealt from insecurities. Okay, usually. And then you have your psychological excuses, which are the ones that are either because you are desperate or just straight up insane. Now, that could mean one or two things. It could be good and bad, but for the most part, it's bad, okay? The good part is that it only happens in the subconscious, so you're not really realizing it, and you're more acceptable to fixing the issue. But if you're really desperate and that is one of your expectations and it's built from that, then you will actually try to do different things to actually make yourself obvious. But when you're trying to do different things to come up with the same scenario, you end up becoming insane about it. It's a very, very bad place to be. So your best bet is to probably figure out where you're stuck and what your real problem is, and then go from there and fix that. Okay. The reason that I brought this up is that there are individuals that want to do certain things with SL models and talent agency. They want to be an actor, they want to be a model, they want to do all these things, but they're not actually. Oh, hello, Stacy. I saw that you did a thumbs up, but I wasn't on a live chat. I hope everything is going well with you. So some things, it's one thing when you're dealing with an issue, whether it is with the family, whatever the case is, but if the family is actually discouraging you from doing something, and that's a whole nother thing, you need to figure out where the discouragement is coming from. Is it legitimate? In other words, are they actually discouraging you from doing your dream? Or are they discouraging you about some type of situation that has happened? And even then, that might have been them, but you don't know the whole story, because everybody, there's going to be two stories, okay, two sides to every coin. The one person's going to say this, the other person's going to say that. The only thing that you could do is believe in your heart of hearts what the truth is going to be. And maybe you need to ask for some things to back it up. Anyone that actually truthfully has an issue where they were ripped off or something like that, if they're going to try to tell you that, they would actually have a scenario that they would be able to prove it. Like, say, for example, if I said I got ripped off by so-and-so, when it was supposed to be this and they charged me that, right? Well, what I would do is I would actually show them the proof. I wouldn't just talk about it. I would actually show them, okay, look, so in 2019, this happened, right? In October, they were selling this, and on October 21st, I went and bought it. This is the receipt that I had. This is what they were selling it for. I actually have something to back it up, and I was able to prove it. So I'm not just sitting there saying, oh, be careful, they could rip you off. Even though that's a special way of saying it, that they could be ripping you off. What I'm basically just doing is when I say that, I'm saying it with things to back it up, and then it's up to you, because they might not rip you off just because they ripped me off, or maybe I thought that they ripped me off, but maybe it was an oversight, and because I didn't want to go back and fix the problem. If I didn't want to go back to fix the problem, then of course, yes, it's going to look like they ripped me off. But I actually have proof that they did. But to be careful about how I'm saying it, I would say that they could rip you off. I know that they charged me something differently, and here's my proof. So if you can't have proof to back up what you're trying to argue, then it doesn't make sense. You can say every story in a book. You can lie out of your teeth. It's not going to matter. If you said that there was an agency that charged you $3,000 for modeling school, and then you never showed up and they still gave you a bill, then tell me, show me the bill, because I'm pretty sure that they've still got the bill. So show me the bill, and then I might actually believe it. What modeling school? You're saying a modeling school. So what modeling school? Why don't you actually tell me that a little bit? So if you ain't even got the nerve to actually prove anything, then how are you going to sit there and talk trash, because that's all that really is, talk trash about something else? Just because you're and what I love about that is after the trash talk, then they try to explain what a model is. My God, that's the best part yet. Oh, well, you know, I've done this and I've done that and I've been here and there. Well, you know, I've heard things like, well, your eyeliner's got to match your shoes. I'm sitting there like, I'm just sitting there like, okay, I'm a bit crazy here now. I don't know what's going on. Or you got a striped shirt and the least color could be out with your eyeliner. I've heard that story. Because they're trying to prove that they're actually a model. So right away they're going and they're trying to be a beauty concierge. I mean, come on, folks, really? Do you realize that there is a slight difference between being a beauty concierge and actually being a model? But okay, I thank you for letting me know that you use eyeliner to match like to match your shoe. So I appreciate that. It just doesn't, it didn't make any sense to me. I didn't understand that whole scenario. I really didn't. So in any case, I'm here to actually let you know that if you're going to talk to someone that runs a modeling agency, then at least have your facts straight. No model 101. Because I'm going to ask you some things like, if you're saying that you're a good fashion designer and then you start talking about how you should be swaying the runway, then I'm going to be like, well, you don't know fashion 101, or you don't know model 101, or you don't know it at all. Because modeling is when you actually sway the runway. Fashion, I'm going to be asking you questions like, what types of sizes do you use? What lines do you use? What is the fabrications that you use? You know, that's the question I'm going to be asking you, because you're saying that you're a fashion designer, so I'm going to be asking you those questions. So I'm not going to be asking you like what fashion you would be swaying down a runway. That's the difference. And then acting. Well, what's an MC? You know, if you don't know acting 101, I can show you acting 101, but I'm not going to tell you everything about acting. I don't have the time to do that. Again, you know, I need to be paid for my time to be able to do that. And that's just the way it is, you know. You're talking about that you want to get paid. Well, so do I. I want to get paid too. Now, as an agency as a whole, our agency, SL Models and Talent Agency, LLC, we are focused on booking. Yes, that is correct. But the Dreamers division is focused on networking and even exploring. Networking, exploring, and then of course, you know, branding and marketing, all those things, everything but booking. Why? Because we want you to be prepared and start building yourself as a brand for the booking purpose. You're going to definitely be booked. I'll tell you that right now, because this program is purposely set up that you will be out there auditioning. We have everything in line to get you where you need to be, but you're going to have to pay for the time and the services that are available for it. You know, in that contract, that is an educational contract that you would be signing. Okay. Which is different from signing as being a model. However, if you're going to sign as a model and you are irregular trying to do regular business and you're wondering, well, why am I not getting bookings? I'm going to tell you absolutely why. When was the last time you had a model portfolio shoot? We have everything available, but you're trying to tell us what you're going to do. No, it's the other way around. The agency has the resources to be able to get you to do those things. You just have to figure out how you're going to be able to do that. And all of our portfolio shoots and everything are all under the Community Stars program. So no, it's not that you have to do that to be signed. However, I'm going to be very honest with you, and this is my argument, and there's a lot of proof with it. I've been writing articles about it, which I'm about to put up. I'm going to begin with unions very soon about this and ask them if we have any rights about this. But you guys need to be able to invest, because right now the stars are getting older. And we need the young folks to replenish what is there, okay? And if you guys cannot prepare yourself, I mean, it's not against the law for a university to charge you thousands of dollars to learn in 4 years how to be an actor. So I don't see why it has to be illegal for me not to be able to charge you time for utilizing our resources, you know, to build you up. So if you don't want to be built up, and then you're asking, why is it that I have to pay this? Because I think the problem is that the real people out there were actually paying attention to scam artists. It's time to pay attention to the real problem. And that is people that actually do not want to make the real thing happen. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to fix the real problem. You're either real or you're fake. And if you're fake, then you got to get your negativity and ship it out the door. That's what I'm basically saying. I've been saying it all along. I'll keep saying it, and I will continue to say it. Now, there are real models and actors and all that. They know that they are going to do the training, and they choose. Okay, they do choose. But I feel like us as an agency literally are limited with our rights with some of the unions that actually think that agencies scam. But that ain't where the scam is coming from. The scam ain't coming from the agency. So unless you're an actual real fake agency, meaning that you're an agency that no one can actually get a hold of no matter what. You don't have a phone number, there's no address, there's no email, there's no nothing. There's no way to get in contact with them. It's just their fly by night. You show up over here, you're going over there. You know what I mean? But that's not how I do business. Now, yeah, there will be times where I'm in Miami, so I may be there and then be gone, but they know that I have an address. They know that. They can contact me. I got a phone. I got an email. They can message me. I'm all over social media. I'm on speaker.com. Translates to over 200 languages at one time as I'm speaking. I also am over 200 countries. So I got over 100 different platforms that are hearing me every single time during prime time when I do speaker. And that's actually a free service. So speaker.com and sign up today. You can actually sign up and do your own blogs or excuse me, your own voice recording thingies, lives and things like that. And then I have the social media. You see me right now. I'm on here right now, unless you did that chickened out. And I don't know what to tell you. No, I'm kidding. There's some things I'm actually kidding about. But in all honesty, you know that I'm here. I'm not a fly by night. And I have done a whole lot that more than what any agency needed to do to invest to make the agency what it is. So again, I honestly feel that it's really just weird. I'm thinking that the only reason why some of the agencies get called down with some of these accreditation companies and other agents and the unions is because they probably were, because there has been some that would literally just sit there and make money, okay, on all their services, but not actually do any bookings. What SLMTA did is we developed our clientele first so that we have something to back us up. It's not just, okay, we got these services. No, it ain't no good. No, I'm not going to do that. No. When I have a photo shoot, I got 5 big brand actual fashion magazine company that will be showing up handpicking for actual fashion spreads in the magazine with handpicked fashion that they'll fit into. You don't get a portfolio shoot that looks like that. You don't. Nowhere. So that is what I'm saying. The thing is that it's a portfolio. So obviously it doesn't mean that you're going to get booked. It means that you're going to be there showing up to take your pictures. But if you wanted to sign up, I would have contracts available, or I would have my laptop available where you can do DocuSign, but that you could sign to the agency, because you have an actual, that would be your portfolio. That's a starting point. And you also have something on your resume to put in there that you're now represented by so-and-so, that you have showed up, you have been photographed by so-and-so. These pictures are credit to whomever, and that you are actually on a magazine. Oh my goodness, are you hearing me? Oh Lord. Yes, I'm not even kidding when I say that. It is almost 2 a.m. in the morning as I'm talking this. You don't go to any photo shoot where you end up literally on a major magazine. I don't care what you say. And you could sit there and say it's a scam or whatever funny nonsense that you want to put it. If it never showed up, I don't do the photo shoot. As simple as that. I don't waste my time. That's why I only deal with real people, with real things, with real opportunities. So I know that places like, say, People's Magazine, they're going to show up. They're not going to just be like, oh, yeah, no, blah, 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 blah. No, no. And actually have where they don't have to pay anyone and you're actually on the magazine. Oh, my goodness. It only helps them out, and they're going to be fitted with all these different, oh my God, you don't even know how beautiful this scene is going to look. Folks, you can't get any more real than that. You need to show up. I'm telling you, you need to show up. Even if you just want to show up and watch us do what we are doing. Then you just sit back in the back seat and say, man, I wish I was on that magazine. Yes, you could have. Well, maybe you will have a chance when we do our LA photo shoot. Because now you don't have to sit there and be like, oh, no, they're fake. No, they're not fake now. I actually see it. I actually see it happening in front of me. You know what? And to make it even more real, it's going to actually be live on YouTube, on the platforms, okay, as it's happening. I'm gonna like blast it out there. It might look like a boastful attempt. I don't care about those that are jealous thinking that I'm being boastful. The truth of the matter is that it's to show the people that we are real about what we are doing. We don't need validation, but sometimes you have to go, you have to show them, and that's it. Some people just do not care anyway. They would just be flat out jealous and say, oh, there goes another fake activity that they're doing. Yeah, I'm going to really fake People's Magazine being in Miami, in an actual Miami location where all these professional photographers and all that. Maybe I should put some dummies in there and they'll go do everything, right? Yeah, that sounds about right. Come on, folks, seriously, let's be real. I'm telling you straight up that exactly the way it is. I'm telling you straight up and nothing but. Now, tonight, what is Friday night, I was going to do the motivation and meditation nightly thing, but I'm still setting up the video that I would use for that. So that will get moved probably to start on Monday. If I can get it done sooner, then I'll go ahead and start it sooner. But that's supposed to be a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday ordeal. Okay, actually it'd be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then a Saturday night. And what that is, it's just gonna be instrumental, string instrumental music with various different pictures, movement, things like that. Not gonna be like it was what was it, 2 nights ago? Nothing like that, but a little bit different with string instruments and that, and just flowing for you to go to sleep on. And also we are going to be getting a whole new monitoring system for our sound, because that sound was very horrible the other night. It was like squeaking in some spots, and there would be other spots where it wasn't. All kinds of things were going on. Then it was picking sounds up that were from outside or in other rooms and everything else. So I just was like, no, I'm not gonna deal with that. So we'll go ahead and we will find another platform. So that's what we're doing as far as sound goes. Yeah. In any case, now I'm done. Okay. Definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel, SL Models and Tone Agency LLC. Is the gold ring, or excuse me, the gold icon with the red ring around it. It's been a little bit over 4 hours tonight. I'm actually exhausted. I'm about to go sleep in. It is a Sabbath. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for that day, for the day that the Lord has made. Indeed, indeed. And so I definitely want to, I'm just going to be laying down and just relaxing. And I'm going to be honest, that's all I'm going to be doing today. I am not doing anything else today. I don't even plan to go out to do anything either. Sometimes you just need that where you're laying low and just, you know, being you. So yeah, if you have any questions about what I was talking about tonight, or any comments or whatnot, you can put them in the comment section down below and I'll answer them in the next video, which will actually be tomorrow evening-ish. Okay, so I will see you soon.